So here we are in Adobe Illustrator. Now I have this illustration over here. I got this from freepik.com. Link of this illustration is in the description. So you can go to the freepik.com and simply download it from there. It's free. And then we are going to use this section and I'll hit Control C to copy. I'll go to my new file. I have created one normal file. Here width is 1920 and height is 180 and it is in RGB mode, and I'll simply press Control V. Then I'll press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool, and I'm going to increase the size of this one. Okay, let's adjust the size somewhere around like this. Okay, this looks good to me. Now let's deselect it. Now, obviously, just like our tutorials, we need each and every section properly on different layers so we can animate them properly. So let's start with this stars. But first of all, we need to select this, right click and choose ungroup. Then again, we will try to select this. Again, right click and choose ungroup. We are going to follow this same procedure until we can properly select this area. Then after selecting this area, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. And let's hide this. We can focus on only on this. So right click and choose ungroup. Then simply go inside this arrow, click on this option and go to the release to layers sequence, and by holding shift select all of them, and let's bring this out of this layer like that and delete this extra layer. So now we have this box and let's name this as star. I'm going to copy this text and deselect it, hit Control V, select this, hit Control V. I'm just naming them. It's a better practice to name your layers. Okay, and let's hide this and let's enable this. We have this coin, so hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Control Shift V to place in place. Let's double click and let's call it as coin. Also, we have this coin over here, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. We have this layer as well, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Double click, let's call it as coin. I'll copy that text and I'll apply to this one as well. And then we will hide this. Then we have this love icon. So hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as love and let's hide this. Then we have this, magnifying glass. So hit Control X and let's create new layer and press Control Shift V and let's call it as magnify. Okay, and let's hide this. Then we have this extra layers, but before that we can focus on this layers. We have this boxes, so let's select those, hit Control X, new layer and Control Shift V to paste in place. Right click and choose ungroup. Then select this, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as box and also call it as box. Okay, and let's hide them. Then let's select this leaf, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as leaf and let's hide this. Let's select this wallet, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's double click and let's call it as wallet. Okay. Inside this wallet, we have this, cards. So simply right click and choose ungroup and select these cards, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Select this topmost portion of this wallet like this, hit Control X, go to the top, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as wallet only. Let's select this and let's call it as card. Copy this also, hit card, and let's hide this. Okay. Then we have this card over here as well. Hit Control X, new layer, and Control Shift V. Let's call it as card, not car, but card. Okay, and let's hide this. Then we have this area. Hit Control X. Let's hit new layer and press Control Shift V, and we will hide this as well as lock this layer, so we can focus on this layer. We have this leaf. Right click, ungroup. Let's select those. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as leaf. Okay, let's hide this. Then we have this leaf as well. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's double click and let's call it as leaf. We will hide this. Okay, and then we have this ones as well. Hit Control X, new layer. I'm going to name it as also leaf, and I'm going don't want to, or let's say let's ungroup this and let's select this top one hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as leaf. Same procedure over here. Let's select this, new layer, Control Shift V, select this, Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as leaf. Copy that text and hit Control V, and let's hide this. Then we have this box, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as box. We have this two boxes, hit Control X. We need to bring this at the top of these leaves. So we will bring this over here and let's call it as box. Right click on group, select this box, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as box. Okay, so now we have this box on different layer, this box on different layer. I think over here there is a right arrow, but we don't need that because this box is covering that. So I'll delete that. Okay, so let's hide this box as well. Now we have this percentage, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as this percentage icon only. And we have this some kind of a 24 icon. So hit and let's call it as 24 only. Okay, like that. Now this is the ground. So hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as ground, and we'll hide this. And this is the BG. So let's call it as BG only. Okay, and let's lock this. Now we have to deal with this ones. Now over here inside this, right click and choose ungroup. I'll select this mobile, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. And in this mobile, I don't want, to be honest, I don't want this search option. I don't want this shadow as well. So let's delete this and this shadow. Also over here, if you guys know that we have this backs as well, so hit Control X, enable this mobile, go over here, create new layer and press Control Shift V, right click on group, select this, hit Control X, create new layer, Control Shift V. Then we right click on group and select this, right click on group, select this yellow color icon, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let us select this shadow, we don't need that. Select this, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V at this point. Okay. Then we have this red box, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Okay. So now we have each and every one properly on different layers. So let's name it properly. Let's name this one as bag. Okay. Like that. Then name this one as bag also. Then we will try to name this one as, roof kind of a stuff. Then we have this one, which is, I think, let's say yellow box. Then we have this red one. So let's call it as red box. And then we have this mobile. So let's call it as mobile. Okay. Then I think over here we don't need this shadow. Also, I don't want this shadows. Sorry. Double click and let's double click again. Double click again. Again double click and we will select these shadows and we will delete that. We will select this and hit Control X. Let's go outwards. And then over here, just Control Shift me to paste in place. Right click and choose ungroup. Then we will select this, right click and choose ungroup again. We will select this area, right click and choose ungroup. Let's select this portion, hit Control X, create new layer, press Control Shift V. Select this, hit Control X, create new layer and press Control Shift V. Select these two and let's bring this downwards. Okay. Then right click and go inside this and we will remove these shadows. We have this, roof over here. Let's create new layer and press Control Shift V. Let's call it as roof. Also this one, we have, let's say PC. So let's call it as PC only. We have this bucket hand. So let's call it as hand. Also double click on this and let's call it as hand. Then select this area and let's call it as double click and let's call it as bucket. Okay, and let's save this file. So now if you check it out, this each and every layer is properly on different layer and we are ready to animate this. Also we need to bring their structure properly line wise. So I'm going to first of all go to this magnifying glass, go inside this and we need to remove this shadow also from here. So let's go inside this and remove these shadows. We can add shadows in After Effects as well. Then this box should be in the front, so let's go and let's unlock this layers, and let's see where is this box is. This box is over here. Let's bring this in front of PC. Okay, like that. So now each and every stuff is ready. Now we can go to the After Effects and we can animate this. Adobe After Effects, let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920 and height I'm going to choose 1080. Frame rate is 30 and duration I'm going to choose somewhere around let's say 30-second duration, or if you want you can use even more than that. Or let's do one thing, we will choose properly 1 minute long duration. Okay, like that. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on titles section, and don't forget to save these files. Then press Ctrl I and select your Illustrator file. I'm going to select mine. Go to the footage, composition, return list and sizes, and simply hit import. Now simply bring this over here. Now let's go inside this and hit Ctrl key to open the project settings, and let's change this background to white. Okay, now each and every stuff is properly or different layer like we did in After Effects. We don't just need to do a small adjustments. So let's make this full resolution, and now these leaves, all of this leaf should be at the background somewhere around at this point. So let's keep it over here. Now let's see these layers one by one, and we will try to create a composition for each and every one. So let's enable this icon, so it will enable only our layers and it will hide other layers. So this and this, also this 24, this, all of this stuff, these are background elements for me, like that. Okay, not this PC but all of this. So I'm going to select all of this including this leaf, except this box. I'll bring this at the top and let's disable this box, but all of this are background elements for me. So I'm going to select these and let's see whether there is another leaf or not. I think over here as well there is one leaf, so let's bring this downward for now. Okay, let's see whether where there is anything like a leaf or something. No, there is not. So now let's select all of this stuff by holding shift, select all of this stuff and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as BG elements. Okay, and hit OK. Now we will lock this layer and disable this and hide this. And now we can focus on this one. Now we have this box, this PC. Okay, this box, this box. So let's select these box, bring this towards this boxes. Okay, let's see if there is another box or not, or simply in search option search for box. Okay, let's deselect all the layers and search for boxes. Now we have this, these. I don't think this box is needed. Then if we enable this, we don't need that. We don't need that as well. This and this. Okay, so all of these boxes are there. Let's change the color of this one to yellow. Okay, so it will be easy for us to understand. Okay, we are not going to touch these stuff, and we will try to lock these layers as well. Then we will try to hide them as well. So just need to understand. Okay, then we have this PC. Let's bring this at the top. Okay, we have this one over here, or let's bring this at the downwards only. Okay, now let's see what we can do. We have this one. Let's enable this roof, this hand, and this hand, this bucket. Yeah, so all of this over here, let's bring this downwards. Let's select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call this as PC. Okay, and let's lock this layer. I mean, let's disable this layer. Okay, this roof, we need to select this one as well. So hit Control X, go inside this PC and hit Control V over there. Okay, let's select all of them and disable this. Okay, now basically we have separate composition for this one. So let's hide this and lock this. Now this mobile stuff is remaining. So let's select this mobile, this red, yellow, this roof, this back as well. Okay, and if you enable this one, So we are getting something like that. So press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as mobile, and hit OK, and disable this, and let's lock this layer and hide this. Now all of this stuff are extra ones. So let's do one thing. We will select this much area and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as star collection, and hit OK, and we will hide this, and we will lock this layer. Now we have this search or magnifying glass effect. Let's change the color of this one to aqua. Okay, and lock this and hide this. Then we have this coin elements, or you can say extra elements. Now this love icon should be in our bg elements, so I'll select this and I'll hit Control X. I'll go inside this bg elements comp, and I'll hit Control V over here. Let's disable this icon. Okay, then all of this stuff are just extra elements, so we can animate that later as well. But let's select these coins and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as coins. Okay, and let's hide this and lock this. Then we have this cards, so press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as cards. Okay, and let's hide this and lock this. So now if we check it out this properly, we have, except this boxes and this magnifying glass, we don't have any other separate layer. All the stuff should be on different compositions. So now let's try to animate this bg elements, and we are going to animate each and every one in proper details. So let's not forget to enable this icon. Okay, now let's select this leaf and press Ctrl Y, and let's bring this at the bottom, this anchor point. Then select this one, and let's bring this anchor point at the bottom. Select this leaf and bring this anchor point at the bottom. Also select this leaf, bring this over here. Select this, bring this over here, like that. Let's select this one and let's bring this over here. Select this leaf and let's bring this anchor point over here, like that. And now what we can do over here, let's make this fit. Now let's select this leaf and hit R for rotation, zoom in a little bit, then hit W for rotation tool, and let's rotate it like that. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, let's rotate it like this. Again, go few frame forward, rotate it like that, rotate it like that, and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V first keyframe. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Alt click on this stopwatch, and let's apply loop out expression over there, and let's deselect this layer. And now I'm going to Ctrl C to copy this layer, and now I'm going to apply this effect to this layer as well. So hit Ctrl V to apply that keyframes. Select this, hit Ctrl V. Select this leaf, hit Ctrl V. Select this, hit Ctrl V. Hit Ctrl V and hit Ctrl V. So now we are going to get that animation for all of them. Now hit U so you can see those keyframes. Let's maximize this layer. And now we are going at the start. Let's minimize this again. We will select this and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Zoom in. Let's go to around 20 frames to create another keyframe. And at the start, our scaling should be 0. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph and let's bring this handle up to this. So now we are going to get something like that. Now let's copy this scaling keyframe and hit Ctrl C. Let's maximize this layer and let's select all the layers with the keyframes and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So now we are going to get that animation for all of them. Now hit U so you can see only keyframe layer, and let's adjust them one by one like that. Okay. Then select this and try to adjust this over here. So now we are going to get this one by one. Okay, now what we can do over here is let's minimize this. Okay, and let's select this scaling keyframe and hit Ctrl C to copy and hit U to minimize it. Select these small icons and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for wiggle position effect. Okay, and double click to apply this wiggle position. Let's try to adjust this like that. So we are going to get something like this. Now we have this lines over here, ground lines. So press P4 position to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this and move this over here. Select those, hit F9, go to the graph. Let's select this, hit U, select those position keyframes, go over here, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here like that. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now, what we can do over here is let's hit U to minimize it. Now we have this area which is BG. This P4 position to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 2 seconds to create another keyframe, and go to the start, and let's bring this downwards. Now let's select those keyframes. Let's bring this totally downwards. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. So we are going to get something like that. Select all of them and enable the motion blur. So now along with this, you're going to get that motion blur effect. Okay, let's go to this comp. Let's enable this and go inside this PC. Now to animate this PC, what we can do, I'm going to select this roof first and let's save this file. Let's select this and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and try to bring this anchor point over here. And now let's just create one flicker animation for this one. So for that, I'm going to convert this layer into 3D. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it on X-axis like that. So initially, I'm going to move this over here, create one keyframe, go few frame forward up to 5 seconds, and let's bring this somewhere over here like that. Go few frame forward, let's bring this over here like that. Go few frame forward and let's make this 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So we are gonna get something like that. Let's enable the motion blur. We'll get something like this. By holding Alt, let's bring this up to, let's hold Alt and bring this up to this layer. Okay, we'll get something like that. Okay, so we are gonna get this kind of a structure. Let's select this last keyframe and bring this up to 1 second. So last one is going to be a last a little bit longer like this. Okay, now let's see this PC. Let's select this roof and make it apparent with this PC. Let's select this PC and press P4 position to create one keyframe. Hit U. Let's hit U to minimize it. Select this PC and press P4 position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. Go to around 20 frames to create another keyframe again. And in the middle, I'm going to bring this a little bit upward. Then go to the start. Let's bring this totally out of this composition. Let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Zoom in, select this and move this handle over here. Again, go somewhere around over here. Move this handle over here. Sorry, select this. Move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if we check it out this, we are getting this kind of a animation, and somewhere around at this point, I'll select this roof, hit U, and I'm going to select those keyframes and let's bring this over here like that. So we are going to get something like that. If you want, you can bring this over here as well. So you will get this animation up to this. Now, when this thing is coming over here somewhere around at this point, I want this bucket should start to appear as well as these hands. So let's select these hands and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and bring this over here. Then select this and let's bring this over here like that. Select these hands and let's make it apparent with this bucket, and select this bucket and let's link this fit. Press P4 position and let's select and move all of them over here. Let's select this bucket, create one keyframe over here, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, go few frame forward to create another keyframe, and somewhere in the middle it should go a little bit upward. Then somewhere around at this point, let's bring this somewhere over here like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, go to the graph, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, bring this handle at this point and bring handle at this point. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now along with that, we need these hands. Let's select those. Press R for rotation. Let select these and let's move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Create one keyframe at rotation. Go somewhere around at this point. let's make this move totally over here, and let's move this totally over here. Go somewhere around over here, and let's make this value 0 and this value 0. Okay, like that. Okay, let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Now let's select those keyframe and move this a little bit over here. Okay, like, let's try to adjust it somewhere around like this. Let's select these two and enable the motion blur. Okay, like that. Now initially this one should be out of this. Okay, like that, and these things should be somewhere around at this point. Okay, now let's select this and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as bucket. Okay, like that. And over here I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'll create only this much mask. Okay, like that. Now I want this animation somewhere around at this point, so I'll move this over here. Okay, like that. Now this animation is ready. Let's enable this PC. Okay, we are getting something like that. Then we have this boxes. Let's select all of these boxes and let's animate over here only. So let's see this file. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Zoom in. Let's go somewhere around 20 frames. Create one keyframe. Go to 1 second. Create another keyframe. Let's select those position keyframes. In the middle, let's bring this upward, and at the start let's bring this out of this compositions. Okay, let's select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle at this point, select these, move this handle at this point, select these, move this handle at this point. Let's select these and move this handle at this point. Okay, and let's try to adjust this over here, and let's try to adjust this over here. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get this kind of an animation and enable this motion blur. Okay, now let's arrange this animation. First I want this BG to get animated, then somewhere around 10 frames I want this PC to start to get animated, and somewhere around 20 frames I want this box. Then hit page down button 2 times, and let's adjust this with the help of open square bracket. Move this one by one. So if we check it out animation till now, we are gonna get something like that. Now somewhere around at this point, I want mobile of mine should start to get over here. Okay. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this mobile, and let's select this rectangle, and let's create this kind of a mask up to this. Okay, because I want this mobile should come from downward. So let's go inside this. Let's disable all of this. Hit Control R to bring one ruler, and let's bring one line up to this. And let's see this fine. Right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 1.20 frames to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this downwards. Okay, like that. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point I want there should be animation for this boxes, so let's move this over here. Select this yellow box, press Y, bring this anchor at this point. Select this red box by holding control, bring this anchor at the top. Select these two, press S, unlink this. Let's select this red box and let's make this value 0 on Y axis. Select this yellow box, let's make this value 0 on X axis. Create one keyframe each. Go to around 2 seconds. Let's make this 100 and also make this 100. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. move this handle over here and move this handle, let's select this and move this handle over here. Okay, then let's select this yellow box and let's bring this over here like that. And then somewhere around at this point, just like our previous one, we need to create animation for this roof. But I don't think we need to create that animation for this roof, because this roof is very simple. When it's going to get up, I just want simple reveal. So by holding control, I'll bring this anchor point at the top. Let's move this over here, press S, unlink this to create one keyframe, go few frame forward to create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay. And then somewhere around at this point, I want there should be animation for this backs. So for this one, I'll simply press P for position to create one keyframe. Just few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's select this and let's move this handle over here. I mean position over here and this position over here. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, and let's try to adjust this to this. Okay, let's select this and let's bring this a little bit over here. So we are gonna get something like that. Let's select these two and press, let's remove this null object parenting. Then press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose and let's call it as backs. Hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Then go few frame forward and let's select our rectangle selection tool and let's create something like masking like that. So we are gonna get something like this. So if you check it out this over here, now after this, when this things are coming over here, I want this animation to be happening. If you want, you can bring this mobile animation somewhere around at this point. Okay, let's enable this. First I want this and then I want something like that. Then we have this coins over here. Let's select these. Simply press S to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe. At the start, let's make this value 0. Select those and hit F9 like that. Select them and apply wiggle position effect. Okay, and let's take a gap of 10 frames and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, so we are gonna get this animation over here, and this coin animation should get started. Let's make this code resolution somewhere around at 3 seconds. Then we have this star collection animation. Same thing, we'll select these stars, press S, create one keyframe. Let's go somewhere around 20 to create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select this box, press Y, and by holding control, bring this anchor point over here. Press S, create a keyframe, create one keyframe at scale. Go over here, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select this keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Let's hit page down button 2 times, and let's try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get this animation like that. So also this animation I want to be getting animated somewhere around at this point, or you can move this over here as well. Okay, let's adjust it like that. Now let's see which one is remaining. I think only this magnifying glass is remaining, as well as this cards. So let's animate these cards first. For this cards, first of all, let's select these two cards and make it apparent with this wallet. Okay, and I think let's select this topmost wallet and make it apparent with this fourth layer of wallet. Then select this fourth layer of wallet, press Y, and let's bring this anchor point over here. Then select this and bring this anchor point over here as well. Now go to the BG elements, select this leaf, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. I mean to copy the keyframe, hit Control C. Select this, hit Control V. Select this wallet, hit Control V. Select these two cards and hit Control V over there. But before that, select these cards. Let's enable these icons and press Y and bring this anchor point at the bottom. Okay, like that. And select those and hit Control V. Okay, like that. And hit U. Let's go to somewhere around 5 frames. Select this, move this over here. move this over here and move this over here, select those, and let's bring those over here. Let's make this fit. So we are going to get something like that, but there should be some difference. So let's select these cards and bring this over here. So it's going to be a little bit more. Okay, like that. Also, if you want, then let's select all of them and try to bring this over here like that. Okay, and press S to select this. You can go to this coins options as well. Let's simply copy this scaling keyframe animation and hit Ctrl V over there. Then select these, hit Ctrl V, select these, hit Ctrl V, select these, hit Ctrl V, then go select this and hit Ctrl V. Okay, like that. Or I think we need to bring this over here first, then these two. Okay, like that. So this looks good to me. So this animation is also done, and now only thing remaining is this magnifying glass. Hit Control V to apply that scaling animation over here, then press P for position, create one keyframe, press R for rotation to create another keyframe. Go over here, let's bring this from here to here and hit W to rotate it like that. Then go somewhere around over here, let's move this from here to here, hit W, rotate it like that, hit W. Again, let's move this from here to here, hit W, rotate it like this, go few frame forward, let's move this over here, hit W, rotate it like that. Let's move this over here, hit W and then rotate it like that. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, the only thing is problem over here is that select this scaling keyframe. Let's move this from here to here like that. Okay, now let's select those position and rotation keyframes and let's bring this over here. Okay, this animation should start from this point. So if you check it out this, we are going to get this animation continuously. Let's select all of these layers and enable the motion blur. Let's go to the main animation and hit Ctrl Y to bring this downwards. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC vignette effect. Okay, so we are going to get something like that, but we don't want this much vignette effect over here. So let's decrease the amount up to 30 only, and let's make this fit like that. And you can stop this animation wherever you want. I'm gonna go somewhere around 6 seconds, so hit and over there. And now if you check it out this animation in full resolution, we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this there should be some kind of a scaling animation should happen. So let's select this, press S, let's make this 115 at one start, create one keyframe, go to around 6, let's make this 100, then hit N over there. So now if you're going to check out this animation along with this, you're going to get that. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Illustrator. Now I have created one blank document in a RGB mode, and height and width is 1920 by 180. And I'm going to import my logos over here, this Dribble basketball as well as this Dribble text. These are PNG files. I have provided the link of this file in the description. It's all for free. Let's bring this over here in Illustrator like that. Then I'm going to select this, press E, and by holding Alt Shift try to adjust the size like that. Then select this text as well, press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool. By holding Alt Shift try to adjust the scale like that, and hit Control 0, and then try to bring this properly over here. So you can select these two and try to adjust them together. Okay, now for this text over here, I'm gonna go and select this, and I'm going to click on this image trace options and hit OK, and then after that choose expand. Then we are gonna get something like that. Now let's select this, right click and choose ungroup, and we will select this white border. Along with that, let's select this ball, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and let's lock this. Now over here we are going to have this small gaps over here. We need to select those gaps and we need to delete them. we don't need them, like that. And then we have this stroke layer, or what you can say, shape layer. We are not going to touch this ball, we will keep it as it is, and let's save this file. Okay, it will take a little bit time to load to save this file. Okay, now over here I have created one image from chat gpt, which is like basketball court. Let's select this and choose open with Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Photoshop file over here, and I don't want the white background. So first of all, dislodge this layer and then select this and choose color range, and we will pick up this white color and hit OK, and we will delete that. Then hit Ctrl D, and let's save this file. Hit Ctrl S to save this file as a PNG format. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and width we are going to choose 1920, and height I'm going to choose 1080, and frame rate is 30. Duration, we don't want much more duration, so I'll make this 0 and somewhere around 52. And background color, I'm going to choose white color. Okay, like that. Hit OK, hit OK, and hit OK. So let's save this file. Okay, so now we are in After Effects. Let's go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I. I'm going to select my Illustrator file footage. I'm going to choose composition, return, layers and sizes, and simply hit import. Let's double click to open this and hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and let's choose this white color. Now let's select this dribble layer, which is this word. Right click, go to the create and shape from vector layer, and we will delete this bottom layer. Now let's select the stroke and hit Ctrl D. Select this bottom one. Now select this top one, and let's go to the fill option, and let's remove this fill and go to the stroke options and try to choose black color. But I think we are not gonna get that because we need to add stroke. So let's go inside this add and choose stroke, like that. And let's choose with the help of this picker, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. And let's choose 10, something like that. Okay, over here. Now let's select this and let's go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's decrease the end value totally, like that. So you are going to get something like that. So let's create one keyframe at start, zoom in, and let's go somewhere around 3 seconds, and let's make this value 100. So if we check it out, this we are going to get something like that. Okay, obviously we will get some weird stuff. So let's copy this trim path and hit Ctrl C. Select this another one which is black in color and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So we are gonna get something weird like that. Okay, so now what we can do is that we will select this bottom layer as well, and we will just keep hiding. We are not going to apply trim path on this one, so I'll remove that. We'll only focus on this stroke layer. Now let's select this and let's choose stroke color little bit lighter. Then select this, hit Ctrl D a little bit, and let's bring this 5 frame forward, like that. And let's change the color to black. Okay, like this. Then hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this a little bit over here. This time let's change the color of this one to white, like that. Hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this over here, and this time let's change the stroke width to black. I mean stroke color to black, and let's go and let's increase the stroke width to 30. Okay, like this. Now after that, I'm going to select all of these and press F4, and track matte, I'm going to make it a parent, not parent, but track matte, we will choose to 6th layer. So now whenever we are going to get something like this, we will get this kind of an animation. Okay, let's make this full resolution. Now hit U. Let's select all of these keyframes and let's try to bring this totally up to this one. Okay, now let's select this, hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this over here, and this time let's increase the stroke width. Okay, so it should get filled properly. Okay, Now I want this animation to be a little bit faster, so I'm going to bring this last keyframe up to this. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as animation and hit OK, like this. Now let's press Ctrl Y and let's hit enter, and let's go to the effect and presets panel and search for grid effect and double click to apply. And for the grid color, I'm going to pick up this color as well only, and let's decrease the one side from over here and one side from this point, like that. And let's change the stroke weight to somewhere around 2. Okay, now let's select this animation and hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this at the top, select this white solid, and let's make it track matte with this one. Okay, then let's bring this at the bottom, then go around over here, select this animation, and let's bring this up to 5 frames. Okay, so now first we will get that grid effect. Now let's select this animation layer, press S, and let's increase the scale of this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Okay, now let's select these two, hit Ctrl D, let's bring this at the top. Okay, over here, let's go to the 5 frames, move this over here, select this, move this over here. Now let's select this, press S, and let's increase the scale a little bit, and this time let's change the stroke to somewhere around black kind of a color, and stroke weight let's choose 1 pixels. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. And now I want this grid should get removed. So for that, what we can do, we can select this white solid and you can choose linear wipe effect on it and double click to apply on it. And then if you increase these values, it's gonna get gone. Then somewhere around at this point, I'll create one keyframe at transition complete, hit U, go somewhere around 2 seconds, and let's increase this value, go somewhere around over here, select this linear wipe, hit Control C, select this and hit Control V. Okay, so now it's gonna get gone. Okay, like that. So you will get that weird text kind of an effect. Okay, like this. Hit U. Now let's select this animation one, hit Control D. Let's bring this over here and select this third layer, press T for opacity, and let's make this opacity 20. Okay, like that. Then select this topmost layer, hit Control D, press S, let's make this 120, like that. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and double click to apply, and let's invert this and let's choose screen or something like that. Let's choose invert this. Okay, let's bring this totally downwards. Also select this white solid, select this linear wipe effect, hit Control C, select this animation layer and hit Control V. Okay, so if we check it out, this revealing animation, we are gonna get this something like that. Okay, so this is just a text reveal. Now we need to create animation for this ball, so let's hit Control X, go to the main animation and hit Control V. Let's select all of these and right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, let's delete this. So we are getting this kind of a text reveal. Now we need to create animation for this. Now I want to create a bouncing ball type of animation, should come over here. So press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Then let's move this over here and let's move this over here like that. Press P for position, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X. Let's zoom in over somewhere around 115. Let's bring this over here. Create one keyframe at Y, go one keyframe over here. Let's bring this over here like that. in the middle. Let's bring this a little bit upward. Press S for creating one keyframe. Hit U, go over here. Let's increase the scale and let's try to adjust it over here. Go somewhere around 3 seconds. Let's move this over here. Let's decrease the scale somewhere around over here. Hit Control C, Control V, Y position keyframes. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this one should be gone from here to here like that. Also, it should be downward, and the Y position should be over here like that. And I think X position should be over here like that. And let's bring these keyframes a little bit over here. Somewhere around at this point, I'll create one keyframe at X, and let's remove this last keyframe so it should go simply downward. So now let's try to animate the Y position. So let's select those Y position, hit F9, go to the graph, go somewhere around, select this. By holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Now somewhere around at this point, I want there should be increase in scale. It should be downwards. Now this animation is very slow, so let's select all of them and by holding Alt, try to bring them up to 3 seconds like that, or let's try to bring this up to 2 seconds only. Okay, somewhere around like that. Now press R for rotation to create one keyframe, and somewhere up to this, let's make this 4. Okay, like that. Now we need to create some ground for this, so press Ctrl Y, and with the help of this picker we will pick up this color and hit OK, and let's bring this downwards and press Ctrl Shift Y again to open the solid settings, and let's change the color to light pink and try to bring this over here like that. Then hit Ctrl D, press Ctrl Shift Y, go to the color layers and pick up this darker color, and let's choose a little bit more darker version of it, and let's bring this downwards and try to bring this over here. Okay, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like this. Now let's select this white solid, go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect and double click to apply. Let's increase this. Let's deselect this and try to increase this. Press S, unlink this, and let's increase the scale. Now let's select this one and press Ctrl Shift Y, and over here let's choose not complete darker but somewhere around like this. Okay, now let's bring our PNG layer, which is this one, and for the color I'm gonna go in effect and presets panel and search for fill effect, and let's choose white color. Let's make this quad resolution, and when it's going from here to here, I want this one should come from this to this. Let's move this, press P for position somewhere around at this point. Let's move this. Let's move this. press P for position to create one keyframe, as well as S to create another keyframe. Go somewhere around over here. It should come over here. Create one keyframe at scale as well. And the initial scale should be somewhere around like this. Let's bring this over here. And it should come from downwards, or I think somewhere up this. Okay, now somewhere around at this point, let's select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's choose basket and move all attributes into new composition. Hold Alt, open square bracket, bring this over here. Now let's select this puppet paint tool and let's create few keyframes on the sides. Now hit U, hit page down button few times. Let's select this and as you guys can see, we are not getting anything. So let's create another tools over here and let's see now we can remove this or not. Yes, we can. Hit U. Let's go few frame forward, and somewhere around at this point we need to bulge it out like that, also like that. Hit page down a few times, select all of this and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Okay, so we will get something like that. Okay, like this. Now over here there should be some kind of a movement that should look over here. So for that, what I'm gonna do is that there should be something that goes from here to here. So for that, I'm going to create one small strokes like this. Okay, let's select this and let's choose white color. Stroke width, let's choose 2. Select this, press Ctrl Alt Home, hit Ctrl D, let's move this over here, hit Ctrl D, let's move this over here. Select those, press P for position to create one keyframe on each. Go few somewhere up to this. Let's select those and let's try to bring this out of this comp. Okay, and initially I think they should be from somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. Now there should be impact that should go on this ground. So for that, I'm going to go and select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift create one ellipse and press Ctrl Alt Home, bring this anchor point at the center and go to the ellipse path size, and then go to the stroke and create one keyframe on stroke width, then hit U. Go somewhere around 1 second and let's increase the size. Go around over here, let's create keyframe and let's make this 0, and go to the start and let's increase the stroke width and let's make this size 0. So we'll get something like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph and let's bring this and try to move this over here. Okay, like that. Now convert this layer into 3D like that. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it like this. Now let's move this somewhere around over here and try to adjust this over here. Okay, like that. If you want, press R for rotation a little bit like that. Okay, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and it should move from here to here. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point it should be again, so hit Ctrl D, hit U. Let's remove those position keyframes. Let's bring this over here. Let's bring this downwards, and it should be somewhere around like that. Okay, somewhere around at this point. Move this over here, press P for position, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's move this from here to here. Let's select this stroke and it should be gone. So hold close square bracket. Okay, it should be a little bit slow, so let's bring this. Now again at this point, I'm going to bring my original one, hit Control D, move this over here, hit U. Let's remove this position keyframes. Let's move this from here to here like that. And let's increase this. Let's create one keyframe at position. And it should be gone somewhere around like this. Okay. Now let's select all of them and enable the motion blur. And let's see how does it going to look. Or you can simply disable this and let's keep it as it is only. We will try to adjust it something else. Okay, now after this, when it's gone, I want my text animation should start somewhere around at this point. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So let's select hit Control K and let's call it as animation over here and select all of them, press Control Shift C and let's call it as text animation and hit OK. Now I'm going to bring my that ball, hit Control C, go over here, hit Control V, hit U, and let's remove all of these keyframes. We don't need that. And let's try to bring this somewhere around at the center. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Now let's hide this text animation for now. Let's select this and press one keyframe at Y, go somewhere around 1 second, create another keyframe, go around 20 to create another keyframe, and in the middle let's bring this a little bit upward. Okay, like that, and go to the start and let's bring this totally out of this composition. Now let's select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Let's select this, move this over here, move this over here, move this over here, and move this over here. Okay, like that. And let's make this fit. Okay, like that. Now after this, press R for rotation to create one keyframe, then press P, create one keyframe at X, hit U. Let's see where is this text over here, and let's adjust the size of this text, and let's try to adjust it over here. And then somewhere around 2 seconds, I want my text ball should go from here to here like that, because my text is up to this. And let's make this free. Okay, so it should go on like that. Let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. And this text, let's see when we can start this. I think this text animation should start somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. Hit U. Now if you want, you can press Ctrl Y and you can create this kind of a background as well, but this background is very dark, so I'm going to choose a little bit of lighter version. Or if you are happy with white color, then you can choose that as well. So now this is our first animation, which is something like that. And then when this is happening, I'm going to go hit Ctrl 0 and bring my animation comp. So let's bring this over here like that, and it should be a little bit faster, not it should not take too much time. So let's go inside this and let's see when this animation is starting. Okay, so it's starting somewhere around from this point, so hold alt close square bracket and try to bring this properly over here only, like that. Okay, now all of this animation is done. Now there should be something like scaling animation for this one. So press S. Let's make this 115 initially and create one keyframe. go few frame forward, and then let's make this value 100 and hit N over there, like that. Now, just to create a small cartoonic look, we will right click new and create one adjustment layer, and we'll go to the effect and presets panel and search for posterize time effect and double click to apply, and let's make this frame rate 15. Okay, like that. And then just to add a little bit of grainy texture, I'm going to select this and I'm going to search for noise effect, and let's change the noise to somewhere around 24%. Okay, like that. It will take time to load after applying this effects, and if you want you can enable all of these layers and enable the motion blur as well. So this is how your final output is ready to play, and you can check it out how does it going to look when you disable this motion blur. It should look good, like that. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of animation in Adobe After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop and I have this Google PNG logo over here. And what I did to this logo is that I have divided this logo into different layers. For example, this G on different layer and all of the other alphabets are on different layer, and I'm going to save it as Photoshop file. Then we'll go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now first thing I want to do over here, I need to create my animation and then I'll change the colors of each and every one. So for that I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and for the color I'm going to choose black color only, and by holding shift let's create one ellipse first. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Now let's select this, press V, and let's try to bring this over here. Let's minimize this, select this, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here. Press S and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay, totally like that. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, let's move this, press S, let's decrease the scale. Okay, let's try to adjust them a little bit closer to each other, like that. So okay, then select this one, hit Ctrl D, let's try to bring this over here, press S, let's try to adjust the scale a little bit lower. Okay, like that. Now press Ctrl R and bring one ruler, and let's try to bring this over here, and we need to touch this one over here and this one over here. Okay, I want these to be on at the same level, and this one should be around over here. Okay, and I think this one should be, I think this one is good over here only. Okay, like that. Let's try to adjust it. Let's remove this, select all of them and try to bring them properly at the center. Okay, so all of them are ready now. Now hit U. Let's select all of them and press P for position. Let's create one keyframe at position, then go somewhere around 20 frames to create another keyframe. Around 1 second create another keyframe. Okay, and in the middle let's try to bring this upward like that. Then go to the down first frame, let's bring this downwards, so we are going to get something like that. And then go somewhere around over here, let's bring this a little bit upward. Also in the middle let's bring this over here. Okay, so if you check it out this, now we are going to get something like that. Now let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Go to the start. Let's select this area and by holding shift move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. Then select this area, by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, same procedure we are going to do over here. Let's bring this handle at this point. Let's bring this handle at this point. Sorry, select this and by holding shift let's try to adjust it over here. then select this, and by holding shift try to adjust it somewhere around over here. So if you check it out, this animation, now we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and now I want this animation to be one by one, so I'll take a gap of 5 frames of each, and let's see this animation one by one. And if I check it out now, I'll get something like that. And then somewhere around at this point, when this portion is over here, I mean at the end, I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, hit U, and I'm going to change the color of, I'm going to change the keyframes of this layer. Okay, and hit U to minimize. Now I know this topmost layers are same, so I'm going to change the color of this one to blue. Okay, and all the other layers I'm going to select this, and let's change the color of this one to red. Select this, let's change the color of this one to yellow. Let's select this and change the color of this one to green. The reason why I'm going to choose this color combinations, because our, if you notice that our logo consists this colors only. Okay, like that. And then when this portion is over here, I want it should go from here to here like that. Okay, so now press P, select this position, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at Y. Let's hit to go few frame forward, create another keyframe. Okay, and in the middle, let's bring this a little bit upward like that. Then again go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and again over here in the middle, let's bring this a little bit upward. Okay, try to adjust it a little bit over here, so we will get 2 times this animation. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this, by holding shift try to adjust it like that, just as simple as it is. Okay, so we will get this bounce 2 times. The last bounce should be a little bit longer, so let's select this and by holding alt increase the duration. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are getting this 2 times, and this looks very fast. So let's select this and by holding alt let's increase the duration of all of this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like, okay, like that. And this keyframe should start a little bit over here after resting. Okay, so first we got this, so first we got this, and then after this it should go from here to here. So first we have this. Okay, now let's go to the graph editor again, zoom in a little bit, and if you see there is some small gap, so we need to try to adjust this totally like that, so it should fall a little bit harder. Okay, so we are going to select these corners and we will try to adjust them properly, like there should be no smoothness in it. Okay, like that. So if we check it out, this now we are getting this. Okay, and then we are getting this. Now after that I want this one should go from here to here, so let's create one keyframe at X as well, go somewhere around 20 frames, and it should move from here to here. Let's try to bring this over at this point. Also change the Y position somewhere around over here, then go somewhere around in the middle. Let's select this and let's change the Y position of this one to somewhere around at this point. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this, and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this over here. Select this, move this handle at this point, and let's move this over here. Okay, so we are getting something like that. And obviously this animation looks very slow, so let's select those, and by holding alt let's bring this up to this point. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's try to bring this a little bit more faster, and select all of them and enable the motion blur, so our animation should look a little bit faster. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to right click new and create one null object, and let's bring this null object at the center of this portion. Zoom in and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring the anchor point at the center, and try to bring this at the center of this ball. Okay, and then select the shape layer and make it apparent with this null object. Let's select this null object and change the color of this one to blue as well, and let's make this fit. Now somewhere around at this point, press P for position to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 20 frames, and let's move this from here to here like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. And this one should be a little bit smoother, so let's try to adjust this graph like that. Okay, like this. So if you check it out, this we are going to get that animation a little bit smoother. Okay, and after that it should be gone. So let's select those, select this null object, and let's move this out of this composition. Go to the graph, let's select this and try to adjust it like that only. Okay, so if you check it out, this now we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now when this thing is happening, let's minimize this, or we can lock this shape layer. Now I need there should be a change in position as well as scale of this. So let's select all of this and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe, and press P for position to create another keyframe. And somewhere around at this point over here, I want them should get properly arranged. So hit U. Okay, so we can see only those keyframe, and select those keyframes and hit F9. Then select this for this one first, and let's increase the scale of this. Okay, totally up to this, and try to adjust it over here like that. Then select this one, let's increase the scale of this, try to adjust it over here, and try to adjust it over here like that. Or you can bring this over here as well. Select this one and try to adjust it, try to adjust it over here, and try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Let's select all of these three and try to adjust it somewhere around up to this. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this now you can select those and hit F9, so you'll get something like that. Okay, like this. Then you can adjust the position of this ones as well. Let's try to move this a little bit, instead of touching them, let's try to adjust them like that. Okay, like that. Okay, and then somewhere around at this point, I want somewhere when this thing is going on, somewhere around at this point, the scale of them should be a 0 or something. Okay, like that. Now over here, before that, we need to create a keyframe, graph animation. So let's select those, select those keyframes, graph, by holding shift. Try to adjust this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this and try to adjust this like that. Okay, like this. Okay, and when the scale is going down, I want their position should also change. So let's just to showcase the position, I'm going to bring the scale up to 10 or even more than that. And at this point, simply go to the align tab and choose align horizontally, and let's try to bring them totally over here. Okay, so if you check it out, we'll get something like that. Now let's select those last keyframe and hit F9, and let's try to bring this keyframe over here. So now it's going to be over here. So let's go to the graph editor. Now let's select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select this and move, sorry, select this, and let's move this handle over here again. So if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Okay, we are getting something like that. Now let's save this file, and now I'm going to hit Control I, and I'm going to bring my logo, import as composition, routine, layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then double click to open this and hit Control K to open the project settings, and let's call it as logo animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920. height we are going to choose 1080, and background we will choose white color, and simply hit OK. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's change the scale to 50. Okay, if you want you can make the scale up to 40 as well. Okay, it totally depends on you, like that. Then delete this null object, we don't need that. Now we need to create animation over here. So let's select all of them and press P. Select the position of each and every one and right click and choose separate dimension. Okay, and let's create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Let's go somewhere around 20 frames, create another keyframe, go to around 1 second, again create another keyframes on each and every one. In the middle, let's bring this Y position upward, and at the start, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically, and let's change the X position of this one. Sorry, select all of them and let's change the X position of them, or instead of that let's try to adjust it with this handle only, and then somewhere in the middle let's change the Y position of them. Okay, now in search option search for Y only, select those keyframe and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, and select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle at this point, and select this, move this handle at this point. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Now obviously I want there should be some more over here, so press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here and let's make this one complete rotation. Okay, so we'll get something like that, and select all of them and enable the motion blur. And I want to be there should be a distance between these animations, so I'm going to bring the distance of 2 frames. Okay, so what will happen that there is going to be a gap between these animations, like that. Okay, so this is the animation that I want to be somewhere around at this point when all of them are gonna get gone. So let's see how we can do that. But before that, I am going to select my pen tool and I'll come up somewhere around over here, then zoom in a little bit, then create one point over here, then somewhere around at this point I'm going to create another point over here, then another point over here. Okay, and let's change the color of this one to white. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home, press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and let's try to bring this over here and let's bring this downwards. Okay, let's unlock this layer and we have this shape layer over here. We will select this and let's hit enter and let's call it as white portion. Okay, we select this and let's change the color of this one to anything. Okay, I don't know if there is any color editable layer color. It will take time, so let's choose something like this. Okay, okay, let's select this and let's change the color of this one to this, and let's bring this over here, and we will select this and we'll make it apparent with this shape layer. Okay, and let's this and bring this needs to get started somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. So you'll get something like that, and when it's gonna get gone somewhere around at this point, I want these ones should come over here. So let's bring this keyframes like that. So first we got this and then we got this. Okay, like that. Also there should be some scaling animation to this one. So press S, create one keyframe over here. I mean unlink this and create one keyframe, and somewhere around at this point create another keyframe, and somewhere over here let's make this value 0. So we'll get something like that, and hit F9 over here. Okay, And you can bring this keyframe a little bit over here as well, like that. So it will create an illusion like it's still opening. Okay, go to the graph. Let's try to adjust the graph like that. Okay, you can bring this keyframe up to this as well. Okay, and when it's gonna get gone, somewhere around at this point, I'll select these, and by holding Alt close square bracket, I'll move them over here, and then I'm going to bring my logo animation comp, and let's move this over here like that. Okay, like this. Now we need to change the color of this ones. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'll simply bring my this logo animation over here. We will select this shape layer, which is red in color, which means we will go to the fill option. We'll pick up our color options and we will choose this red color and hit OK. This is in yellow color. So let's go to the fill option, pick up this, choose this yellow color, hit OK. This is in green. Select this, go to the pickup option, choose this color, hit OK. And this portion is in bluish color. So go to the picker option, pick up this blue color and hit OK. So now if I check it out, this animation from the start, first we got this. Also, this layer, which is this one, should be in a blue color as well. So let's change the over here and choose this blue color. So now if we check it out, this we got this, and we will get something like that. Now let's bring this keyframe up to this only. Okay, like that, because that looks good. Okay, like that. Now over here, one thing you can do, if you check it out, this all of these animations are getting started at one time. What you can do is that you can put timeline gap. You can select those keyframe and try to bring this over here. You can select these keyframes and try to bring those keyframes over here. So now there is going to be a gap between their animations like that. Okay, and that will create some a little bit more dynamic animation. Okay, like that. So all of this stuff is ready. Now we just need to add some extras to it. So let's try to do that. Let's select this, right click and go to the layer styles and choose bevel and emboss. And let's go to the bevel and emboss, and let's increase the size of this and increase the softness as well. And for the shadow color, choose white color only. Okay, like that. Copy this layer styles, hit Ctrl C, select all the other layers and hit Ctrl V. Also this layer and hit Ctrl V. If you can select the white color, but there is not going to be any effect, so you can select this logo color logo as well, so you will get that animation over here. Okay, like that. So let's hit U and let's check it out. This now somewhere around over here, if you check it out, this when this ball is going to start bounce, what I want, there should be bouncing animation for this ones as well. So what I can do at that point is that instead of animating this again, what I'm going to do, whenever this is going to strike the ground, for example in first bounce, when it's get up somewhere around at this point, it's getting down, I'm going to select this one. I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for transform effect and double click to apply. And let's create one keyframe and position. Now hit U, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and in the middle, let's change the Y position of this one to somewhere around over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph. Let's select this. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Again select this, move this over here and move this over here. So if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Okay, it will create an illusion that when it's getting strike downwards, they are also getting up. You can select these keyframes and you can move this a little bit over here. Okay, now initially I want this one should be a little bit downward, not too much. but somewhere around at this point this bounciness should be a little bit big. So let's select this, hit Control C, Control V, go over here, let's bring this a little bit upward. Okay, like that. Okay, now let's select this, go to the transform effect, hit Control C to copy that effect, select all the other layers and hit Control V and hit U to paste it. So now we are going to get that animation for all of them. And now what I can do, I can select these keyframes and bring this a little bit forward, select this and let's bring this a little bit forward. So I'm going to get that gap over there. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this animation from the start, we'll get something like that. Okay, and then when this animation is done, you can go inside this logo animation because we have added motion blur. When this animation is gonna get ended, select all of them, press Ctrl Shift D and let's disable this motion blur. Okay, and hit U to minimize it. Okay, so now all of this animation is done. Now what I can do is that let's select all of them and press Control Shift C and let's call it as animation and hit OK. Then hit Control D, select this second layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect. Then change the color of this one to this bluish color. Then go and search for CC radial fast fox blur and double click to apply. And let's make this 99. Let's select this center and bring this over here. Okay, like that at the bottom. So first we got this animations, then we'll get something like that. Okay, over here. Now if you want, then you can adjust it up to 90 as well. Okay, like that. Press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity a little bit, not too much. Okay, up to that. So first we got this and then we got this. Okay, and let's hit N over there, then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S, create one keyframe, go to the start and let's make this 115. Okay, so we'll get something like that over here. Okay, and then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background and bring this downwards. Okay, like that. Now over here, one thing you can do is that just to create a little bit information type, you can press Ctrl Y and let's call it as grid and hit OK. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for grid effect and double click to apply and change the color of this grids to this blue color only and hit OK. And let's change the border to not 0 but up to 1. Try to bring this downwards and let's maximize this view. We are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. Okay, and let's decrease this corners like that. Okay, and let's select this null object, hit U, let's go to the end, select this grid and let's make it apparent with this null object. Okay, so what will happen along with this, we are going to get that animation for this ones as well. Okay, like that. Now if you want to add one vintage look, all you can do is you can right click new and add adjustment layer. Now this is just an optional, it's okay if you're not going to do that, and simply search for posterize time effect. Okay, double click to apply and let's change this to 15. You can add to noise as well, alpha noise, not alpha noise but only noise, and amount of noise you can choose 20. Okay, so you're gonna get that grainy texture like that. Okay, like that as well. So these are the two ways that you can do with this animation. And if you want a smoother version, simply hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the frame rate to 60. Okay, and now your animation will be a little bit smoother. Okay, like that. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. Here we are in Adobe Illustrator and now I have this ChatGPT logo over here we don't need to create entire logo by yourself. What we need to do is to create some strokes of this logo. Okay, so first thing first, I got this ChatGPT logo. I'm going to lock this layer and let's create a new layer over here. Then press P, which is a shortcut key for pen tool, and go to the fill options and let's delete this fill and let's choose stroke. And for the stroke color, just for now, I'm going to choose red color. Okay, and stroke width, let's choose 20 pixels. Okay, and then zoom in a little bit. Let's create one point over here by holding shift, or create another point over here, then create another point over here, and then somewhere around at this point let's try to create this kind of a stroke. Hold alt, click on this, then somewhere around at this point try to create this kind of a stroke. Okay, and let's press V, which is a shortcut key to deselect it. Now let's select this stroke, also select this area and try to adjust this corners like that. Okay, then select these and let's increase the stroke width a little bit like that. Okay, so we are gonna get this kind of a stroke. You can select this area, press A, which is a shortcut key for this direct selection. Select this area and try to make this a round corner. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now let's double click on it and let's call it as stroke only. Okay, we are not going to create any animation right now over here. We will keep it as it is. Okay, now let's lock this layer and let's hide these two layers. Let's create another layer over here, and I'm going to select my text tool. Okay, and this time we don't need any stroke and we will choose black color for this text for now. Okay, not white but black. Let's hit OK, and let's type few text over here, and for the font I'm going to choose Times Time Impulse or Times New Roman Bold. You are free to choose whatever font you want. And let's increase the size of this text. Okay. Or you are free to choose any other font you want as well. Like you can use this called Vertica and choose condensed version. Okay. And now let's type our text. I'm going to type a simple text over here. Okay. So this is the text that I want to type. Okay, so this is the text. Let's go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. And whenever you are going to increase the size, make sure that you are going to increase the font size, not any other size. So I'm going to choose font size 90 and go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Okay, so this is the text I'm going to need. So now let's save this file and then let's go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration should be also around 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section. Now go to the Adobe Illustrator, select your text tool, select this text, hit Ctrl A to select this and hit Ctrl C to copy this, and simply hit Ctrl T, which is a shortcut key for text tool, and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Now let's select this text layer. Again, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now let's go to the Illustrator. We will select this not ChatGPT logo, but this text. We'll right click, go to the create outlines or click on that. Okay, so now this is not a text layer but a shape layer. Then right click and let's choose ungroup. Then go inside this down arrow and then we need to click on this icon, which is the click to target. Then go over here and choose layers to release to layers sequences and simply click on it. And now first select this layer and by holding shift select this last layer and let's bring this at the top. Okay, select this one extra layer and delete this. Okay, and let's save this file. Now our file is ready. Now we can go to After Effects and we'll try to animate this. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects and let's animate this text first. Now over here, I want text typography animation, like something that is getting typed. So for that, we will go to the animate and we will choose position. Then go to the position and let's make this value 90. Or instead of animating position, what we can do is that we can animate opacity. Okay, so let's hit Control Z again and let's go to the animate, and instead of position, let's choose opacity this time, and initial opacity should be 0. Then go to the range selector, create one keyframe at the start, go somewhere around 2.5 seconds, and let's make this value 100. So if I check it now, we will get something like this, but this doesn't look like it's typing. So we'll go to the advanced options, and over here smoothness we will choose 0. And now if you check it out, this it's gonna get look like it's getting typed, but it's getting started from over here. I don't want something like that. So what I'm gonna do, I'll select this animator one, I'll go to the add menu, property, and we are going to choose tracking. Then go to the tracking option and let's decrease this tracking amount up to this. Okay, but still we are not getting it, because if you go to the paragraph menu, right now it's left align text, we need to choose center text. Okay, and then go to the end portion, then go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. And now if you check it out, this now we are going to get this is like typing. Okay, like that. Now let's save this file. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to bring my Illustrator file, import as footage, composition, written layers and sizes, and simply hit import. Then go inside this. We are not seeing anything because there is no background. So hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and we are going to choose white color over here. So now we can see this. I'm going to select this text layers and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as text and hit OK. Then select this and hit Ctrl X, go to the main animation and hit Ctrl V. Okay, and let's move this a little bit over here like that. When this entire stuff is going to get animated completely, somewhere around at 3 seconds, I want there should be animation of my text. But right now they are not properly aligned. So we'll select this text layer with the help of arrow keys. We will try to adjust with our main text like that. Then somewhere around at 3 seconds, I'm going to select my text layer, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and delete it. Now we will go inside this text comp, and now we can try to animate that. So let's select this and then press P4 position to create one keyframe. Okay. Then go somewhere around 1 second and we will try to bring this downwards. Okay, like that. Then select those keyframe and let's hit F9. Okay, then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U and let's go somewhere around over here and select all of them and create another keyframe. Now go to the start, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select these random text by holding shift. Okay, like that. Let's select those random text. Okay, I have selected those text, and let's try to bring them at the top layer. Okay, you can maximize this if you want, and let's try to bring these layers on the top. Okay, and let's change the color of them to yellow. Okay, so now if you check it out, this there are two types of layers, one which is in yellow and another one which is like that. Okay, so now initially I want my yellow layers to get animated and then my other layers. So now let's hit U, let's go to the end frame, let's select all the yellow layers first like that, and rotation over at this point should be 1. Then select all the other layers which are in normal color, and over here rotation I'm going to choose -1. Okay, so now if you check it out, this we have different text animation and rotation for them. Now let's press P for position. Let's select those keyframes, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here like that. Okay, then press R for rotation, select those rotation keyframes and hit F9. Okay, like this. Now let's press P for position. Okay, and we need to select all of this position just to make sure whether all of their graph is still like that or not, which is not. So let's select this and hit F9 again. Let's select this, and by holding shift, try to adjust this graph like that. Okay, so we will get something like that. And now I want there should be a randomization in this animation. So hit page down button one time, select all of them by hitting Ctrl A, hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. And let's minimize this, and let's increase the duration of this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. And then go to the start, select all of them, hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. So now if you check it out this animation, we are gonna get this kind of a stuff. Okay, so if you check it out this, first we got this typing animation like that. You can make this quad resolution as well, just so your animation will look a little bit nicer. And then we will get that falling animation for your text. Okay, now if you think this animation is slow, you can select this text layer, right click, go to the uh, time, go to the time stage, and you can choose 70. Okay, so your animation will be a little bit faster. Now let's go inside this. Okay, select all of this text over here and click on this icon, and also enable the motion blur. So we will get a little bit of motion blur in that animation. Now over here, the only thing remaining is this stroke and this one. So let's try to animate this as well. Now let's try to animate the position of them. So let's hide this stroke. So now select this logo layer and the stroke, and try to bring this properly at the center like that. Okay, I think this is already at the center, but if it's not, let's try to adjust them. Then select the stroke layer, right click, create shape from vector layer, and delete this stroke. Then select this stroke, press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and bring this anchor point at the center. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, press R for rotation. Let's rotate it on 60 degree. Again hit Ctrl D, press R, let's make this 180 degree. Or not 180 but 120. Then hit Ctrl D, R, let's add plus 60 in it. Okay, select this, hit Ctrl D, press R, let's go over here, let's add plus 60 in it. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press R, let's go, let's add a plus 60 in it. Okay, like that. So these strokes are ready. Now let's select those and let's change the color of them to white. Okay, like that. And let's make this fit. Now we have this area. So for that, I'm going to select my rounded rectangle. We don't need any stroke, so I'll delete the stroke. For the fill, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. And by holding shift, I'm going to create this rounded rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Select this and bring this at the bottom. Now we will hide this layer because we don't need that. We have this layer. Let's go to the rectangle path, and let's increase the roundness like that. Initially it should be 0. We will animate that later. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this size and unlink this. Let's increase the size from this side, but before that let's create one keyframe. Okay, then go somewhere around 1 second, select this, hit Ctrl X, Ctrl V. Initially I'm going at this point, let's increase this somewhere around like that. Then go to the start, let's increase this somewhere around like that. Then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this. By holding shift, move this handle at this point. Let's select both of these. But if it's not getting selected, whenever you're going to animate this keyframe, make sure to click on this icon which is linked. Now go to the graph, select this. By holding shift, move one handle at this point and move one handle at this point. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now let's select all of these layers, and stroke width I'm going to choose 20. or let's say 15 as well. That would be enough. Not too much is required. And somewhere around at this point, when it's like that, let's go inside this path or rectangle and create one keyframe at roundness. Go to around 3 seconds. Let's increase this roundness value. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Now in between these, I need to create animation for these strokes as well. So for that, I'm going to select the stroke layers. I'll go to the add, we'll go to the trim path. Let's go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe somewhere around 2 seconds. Let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select this and hit F9. Let's go to the graph editor, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Now we will try to animate this properly. So simply copy this trim path effect and hit Ctrl C, select all of these layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, simply select this, hit Ctrl C to copy, select this, hit Ctrl V, select all of these layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So we will get that animation like that. Now we need this animation to happen one by one. So let's focus on this stroke only, not others. So let's select all the other strokes and let's try to bring this over here. Now let's go few frame forward and somewhere around at this point, let's take a gap of 10 frames and let's move this over here. Let's move this over here. Move this over here with the help of open square bracket and adjusting this. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this now, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now let's select all of these strokes and hit Ctrl D and let's bring this at the top and let's move this to somewhere around 20 frames. Okay, and change the color of this one to yellow. Select all the other ones which are at the bottom. First of all, let's go to the stroke width and let's change the stroke width to 4. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that. So this is not like a random animation. It will get something like this. Okay, now let's go to the main animation. Now let's select our logo animation layer and let's bring this over here and press Ctrl Y. With the help of this picker, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. Okay, so let's select this background and let's bring this backward. Select this text layer and change the color of this text to white and hit OK. Also select this logo animation layer and hide this and let's bring this over here. So first we have this text animation and then we have this black color text. So let's go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply and let's change the color of this one to white. Okay, so now we will get this kind of a falling animation and somewhere around at this point I want my logo animation should appear. So I'm going to bring this logo animation layer over here and let's bring this downward. Also somewhere around at this point I'll press Ctrl Y and I'm going to select white color, hit OK, and let's bring this over here. So now I'm gonna get that animation over here. So if I check it out this animation from this side, first I get this, and then when this falling animation is happening, I'm gonna get something like that. Okay, now somewhere around at this point there should be some kind of a stroke animation should happen. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here to here I'm going to create one white color and let's remove this fill. Okay, and let's move this over here. Then from here to here to here, then somewhere around this to this, then this to this to this. Okay, so let's select all of these other layers and with the help of open square bracket move this over here. So let's select this stroke, go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe go somewhere around at this point and let's make this value 100. Then go to the start, go few frame forward, create one keyframe at the start. Let's go over here and let's make this value 100. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Then go to the start and then we will get this kind of a stroke animation. Then select this last and let's bring this keyframes over here. Okay. Select the stream path and hit Ctrl C. Select all of these other layers and hit Ctrl V. Okay. Then hit page down button 2 times and try to adjust them randomly with the help of open square bracket, so it we will get different timelines for this animation. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this we are going to get something like that, and then we will get this kind of a line animation. Okay, I'm going to select these layers, hit Ctrl D, and let's move this over here, so I'm going to get that animation little bit more. Okay, then I'm going to select all of these layers and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as line animation. Hit enter, so we will get these extra lines. Okay, now somewhere around at this point I'll select these and I'll hit Ctrl D and I'll move this over here. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect, pick up this color and this color. Okay, so we will get this kind of an extra animation, and this animation should be at the downwards. Okay, like that. Now let's go inside this. Now if you see, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the black color. Now select few layers, for example this one. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect. Let's uncheck this and let's increase this blur value. Select this Gaussian blur effect. Select the other layer, hit Ctrl V. Select this other layers and hit Ctrl V. Select these other layers and hit Ctrl V as well. So we are gonna get few animation with that blurry effect. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this first we got this, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now let's go inside this untitled one layer, which is logo animation. I'm going to select the shape layer at U. Somewhere around at this point, select this roundness and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, or you can bring this roundness animation somewhere over here as well, then that would be fine as well. So we'll get more depth to our animation. Now after this, what we can do over here is that to create some extra animation. Okay, so let's select this untitled one, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, select this fourth layer, which is extra layer, go to the effect and presets panel, search for CC radial fast fox blur and double click to apply, increase the amount to 90, select this center and try to bring this center over here like that. Okay, you can bring this value a little bit more up to this, so we will get something like that. So now if you check it out, this first we got this, then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now there should be some scaling animation, and I want this animation up to 9 seconds, so I'll hit N over here, then right click new and create one null object. Select all these layers and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, create one keyframe, go to the start and let's make this 115. Okay, so if you check it out, this animation now, it will take a little bit time to load, but along with this animation we'll get that scaling animation over there as well. Okay, like that. Also there should be a proper aspect ratio for this, so let's try to do that as well. And there should be some grid lines, so hit Control N, or instead of that, let's press Control Y and let's go to the presets, effect and presets, and search for grid and double click to apply. And instead of this color, let's choose black color and let's choose center up to this, also corner up to this, and stroke width up to 1. And for this color I'm going to pick up this color and bring this over here at this point and try to bring this layer up to this layer. Okay, so we are going to get that grid over here. Okay, so first we got this like that. Now somewhere around at this point I want there should be grid as well. So what we can do over here is that somewhere over here hit Control Y to create another solid layer and apply grid effect, and let's change the stroke border to somewhere around like this, and let's move this somewhere over here like that. Okay, so we'll get those text animations like that, and this grid should get gone. Okay, somewhere. So somewhere around at this point press P for opacity to create one keyframe. Go over here, uh, somewhere around at this point let's make this opacity 0. Okay, so we now these grids are gone. Okay, so now after this entire stuff there should be some aspect ratio for this. So I'll press Ctrl Y to create one black solid, hit Ctrl D, select this black solid, press F4, and let's make choose and track matte. Okay, select this and choose alpha matte, select this topmost layer, press S, unlink this, and let's make this value 90. Okay, like that. So first we got this text animation. It will take the time to load this animation, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this arrow over here which we are going to animate in After Effects. So first thing first, I'm going to remove this white background. So I'll press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool. Simply click on this white color backgrounds and remove this, and let's save this file. Then I have this Tropicana logo over here. You're free to choose any logo you want. I'm going to delete this white background. Also, I want each and every alphabet on separate layer. So I'm going to press L, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. And I'm going to select this key over here. I'll hit Ctrl X to cut it out. I'm going to create a new layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'm going to hide this and I'm going to follow this procedure for all of them. So I have already created one extra file over here in which, as you guys can see, each and every layer is properly on different layer. So let's save this file. Now here we are in Adobe Illustrator and I got this illustrations from freepik.com. Okay, I'll provide the link of this freepik file in the description. You can check it out, that file. You can go to the freepik.com and download this file and use for your animation. Out of this, we don't need each and every one. So I'm going to need only this and this one. So let's select this and this by holding Ctrl C. I'm going to copy. I'll go and I have already created a new file over here where it's just height width is 1920 by 180. I'm going to press Ctrl V over here and let's press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool in Illustrator, and by holding shift let's try to increase the size of this. Okay, like that. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now let's select this, right click and choose ungroup. I don't want this shadows over here, so let's go inside this and let's delete this. Okay, similarly over here as well, we don't need this shadow. We need this leaf on different layers, so hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V and let's call it as L1. Okay, and in case if there is any kind of a shadows or something, make sure to delete that. Then I'm going to select this and this, let's hit Ctrl X, or let's select this properly, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as L2. Okay, then we have this orange over here. Let's hide these two. Let's select this orange, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as orange, like that. Let's adjust this. and we have this leaf but we are going to use for different animation. Okay, so let's don't forget to press Ctrl S. Now we have this orange slice, so right click, choose ungroup, and I don't want this shadow, I don't want these leaves as well. I'm going to delete this. The only thing I need is this slice. So let's select this and let's call it as slice only. Okay, let's name it properly, and let's try to bring them at the center. Okay, and let's save this file. Okay, so now here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose let's say 1 minute long duration, and if you want then you can choose different duration as well. Okay, I'm going to choose 1 minute long and let's choose white color and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection, and let's save this file. I'm going to save this file at the proper position like that, and I'm going to press Ctrl I to bring my files. I'm going to choose this arrow file over here and simply bring this over here like that. Press S for scaling option and let's adjust the scale like this. Let's make this value 10 like that. If you maximize this, we are going to get something like that. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to bring my scene 1 as over here, footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import. It will take a little bit time to open this file because these files are heavy. Let's close our other softwares because we don't need that anymore. So our PC is not going to get hanged. So let's double click to open these files, and as you guys can see, because these files are heavy, it's taking a little bit time. Now let's select this slice. I'm going to hit Ctrl C, hit Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as slice, and width I'm going to choose 500, and height as well I'm going to choose 500, and hit OK and press Ctrl V to paste it. Then try to bring this properly at the center, zoom in, and we have to make sure that this thing should cover up our entire composition like that. The reason why I'm going to bring this in another composition, because we need to make this animation customizable, which means we can use this animation for different portions as well. Okay, so like that. Press F4 and click on this icon, so this is going to get clear. So now let's go to the main animation and let's bring our slice over here like that. Okay, perfect. So let's save this file. Now what I want is that this slice should get some kind of a what you can say selection. So for that I'm going to select my rectangle tool. Inside this slice I'm going to remove this fill and I'm going to choose black color for this stroke and simply double click to create one rectangle, and let's choose rectangular width to 10. Okay, like that. Now let's select this slice, and with the help of anchor point mover I'm going to bring this anchor point at this section. Then select this slice, press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So as you guys can see, we are getting something like that. Now let's hide this slice. Let's make this quarter resolution as well. Okay, and let's save this. Select this arrow, press P for position to create one keyframe and go to around 1 second. Let's enable this slice. Select this arrow, zoom in, and let's try to bring this over here. And at the start, it should be getting outside over here. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and move this handle at this point. So we are going to get something like that. Let's take a gap of few frame. Select this slice scaling animation. Move this over here. Select this arrow. Create one keyframe at position. Go over here and sorry. Uh, Try to bring this somewhere around at this point. Okay. Let's make this fit. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph. Select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle at this point, and let's move this handle at this point. Okay, so let's hit Ctrl S, and if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. Now this animation looks very slow, so I'm going to select those keyframes like that, and by holding Alt I'm going to try to bring this up to 1.10 frames. So we will get something like that. Somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this slice. Let's go 10 frame forward and let's make this value 85 like that. Or instead of that, what you can do, select this slice and press Ctrl Shift D to split this at this point. Then select this anchor point and bring this anchor point at the center. Then press S and let's remove this scaling keyframes for this one. Let's create one keyframe over here, go to around 10 frames and let's make this 88 for example. Select those keyframe and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we are getting something like that. Okay, so first we got this and then we got this. Now somewhere around at this point I want this shape layer should be gone, so I'm going to hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. So we got this. Then somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this arrow, create one keyframe at position, go somewhere around over here. Let's try to bring this over here, and at this point let's select this slice, create one keyframe at slice. Also select this arrow, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe on each and every one, and in the middle let's decrease this size to 6 with this arrow and decrease this size a little bit more. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this animation again now, we got this and then we are getting something like that. Okay, so this slice I'm going to change the color of this one to red because this is my first animation, and this one to somewhere around, or let's say aqua, because it's my second one, and this arrow is going to be blue color. Okay, so we got this and we are getting something like that. So first we are getting this and then we are getting this. Now what I want is that I'm going to select this slice. I'll hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove all these keyframes and change the color of this one to yellow, and make sure that whenever you are going to go and delete these keyframes, your time indicator should be at this point. Okay, and let's try to bring this downwards and let's try to distribute by hitting Ctrl D. I'm going to create multiple copies of this like that. By hitting Ctrl D, I'm going to create multiple copies of this one like this, like this. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of copies, and this kind of copy should appear somewhere around at this point when this is clicking this slice. Okay, and let's move this over here and let's try to bring this little bit over here and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this, because I don't want to see that that's rectangular selection. Then I'm going to go in Windows and Animation Composer, and I'm going to select all of this and let's go to the transition presets. By the way, this is the free plugin that you can use. I'll provide the link of this plugin in the description, and select this and choose overshoots from scale and apply for all of them. Okay, so now it has been applied. It will take a little bit time to load, and after doing that I'm going to close this. So now I'm gonna go and get that pop-up animation for each and every slice. It will take a little bit time to load, but your animation would be ready like that. If you check it out, this we are getting that pop-up animation for all of them. Okay, now what I want is that if you check it out, this, so we are gonna get this kind of a pop-up animation for all of them. If I run, I'll get something like that. Now what I want is that this animation should be one by one, so I'm going to select them and I'll hit page down button 2 times to go forward, or like that. Hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Right click and choose keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Zoom out a little bit and let's increase the duration of it. So we are gonna get this multiple animations. So let's save this file. And if you check it out, this first we are getting this and then we are getting this animation one by one. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's save this file. And if I check it out this, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. It will take a little bit time to load. So this is how our first animation is ready. Okay, so as you guys can see, our first animation is ready. We are getting this kind of a animation. So let's select all of them by hitting Ctrl A, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as animation 01 and hit OK. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl N and I'm going to create another composition and I'm going to call it as transition and hit OK. And I forgot to do one thing. The width we need to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080, and this is going to act like a transition. So hit Ctrl 0 and bring our slice over here, and let's bring this over here. So we need to get removed of that rectangular shape, and hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here, like that. Select all of them and try to bring this downwards. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 2.20 frames and try to bring this totally out of the composition upwards. Okay, then go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this value 2. Okay, so if you make this fit, we are gonna get something like that, but I think 2 rotation is much more. So let's try to bring this somewhere around like that, and let's take a gap of 2 frames and try to adjust them like that. Okay, so our transition is also ready. Let's go to the main animation and let's see. First we are getting this animation, then we are getting something like that, and now I'm going to bring my transition animation over here, and this animation should run somewhere around at this point. And the thing is that when this animation is gonna get up, I want the background animation should be gone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool and let's choose fill somewhere, any color you want, and let's remove this stroke. And I'm going to double click on this so it will create one, and let's try to bring this downwards. Hit enter and let's call it as mask 01. Select this animation and let's choose alpha mask. Now select this mask, press P for position, and as this animation goes up somewhere around at this point, I'm going to create one keyframe at position, and as this goes upward, I'm going to bring this from here to here. So what will happen, it's gonna get removed along with those slices. So if you check it out, this it should be gone like that. Okay, all you need to do is we need to check it out the keyframes whether they are properly aligned or not. So if you check it out, this animation from the start, now let's save this file, and if you run this animation from the start, first we are getting this and then we are getting something like this. Now our transition is ready, so now we can create our animation 02. So hit Ctrl N and this time we are going to name it as animation 02 and hit enter. Now I'm going to bring one image over here, which is this one, which is basically a normal background image. It should give us a classic look. Then I'm going to bring one rectangle and I'm going to choose white color, and let's try to bring this somewhere around like that. Now let's select this and let's go to the fit, and let's select this and let's try to bring this anchor point properly, and let's move this over here. Press P for position and let's try to bring this over here. Now I'm going to create one ellipse, and for the color obviously we will choose orangey color, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse, not shift but simply create one ellipse. Let's select this and try to bring this at the center and bring this anchor point at the center as well. Now right click new and create one null object. Select this null, hit enter, and let's call it as cam controller. Okay, select all of this and let's make it apparent with this camera controller. Now if you guys know that we have this illustration over here which consists of this orange and this uppermost leaf, which is this one. So let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as let's call it as orange 01, and width I'm going to choose let's say 500 only. Also height I'm going to choose 500 and hit OK. And let's go to the scene, select this and hit Control C, go over here and hit Control V, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this L2, which is this leaf, press Y and bring this anchor point at this point. So let's enable all of this. Select this and let's make it apparent with this orange. Select this orange, press S and try to adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this leaf and hit W for rotation tool, and let's rotate it like that. Press R to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's rotate it like that. Go few frame forward, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V first keyframe. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression over there like that. And if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a continuous animation. Let's select this and by holding alt let's increase the duration of this. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now let's go to the animation 01 and let's bring this orange over here like that. Now press S for scaling option and let's increase the scale of this. Also select this camera, press S and let's increase the scale of this. Select this orange and make it apparent with this camera. Select this camera, create one keyframe at scale, create one keyframe on orange scale as well. Let's go to around 1 second to create another keyframe each. Go to the start and let's increase the scale of this null object a little bit more. Go over here and let's make this value 100. Also select this orange and let's decrease the scale of this one to somewhere around like that. Select those and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in. Let's select this and by holding shift move this handle at this point and let's move this handle at this point. So we are gonna get something like that. Now select this orange, press R for rotation, go over here, let's make this one complete rotation, hit F9 and let's select this and by holding shift select this and try to adjust somewhere around at this point, so we will get that rotation animation as well. Okay, you can enable the motion blur as well to get some proper stuff. Now let's select this and press P, create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward, let's bring this downwards like that, and in the middle let's try to bring this totally upward like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Right click, go to the keyframe interpolation. Instead of continuous bezier, choose linear and hit OK. Go to the graph, select this, by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point, and let's try to select this and move this handle at this point. So we are getting something like that. So if we check it out, this first we got this and then we got this. Now initially it should be moved somewhere around over here. Press R for rotation, hit U, go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 3 complete rotation like that. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. I think instead of 2, let's make 3, let's make this 2, so it will rotate only one time. Also go to the start, press S, create one keyframe. We have already one keyframe, and let's try to adjust the scale of this and try to bring this over here. Now select this orange and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and delete. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's adjust this. Okay, now let's bring our slice over here. I'm going to bring my slice at this point, and let's bring this over here. And let's move this a little bit over here because I don't want to see that rectangle. Hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Press S and let's adjust the scale. And let's try to bring this over here. Press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X and Y and go few frame forward, and I'm going to bring this from X to this X, create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's create another keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's try to bring this somewhere over here, also somewhere around at this point. Let's try to bring this over here. Go to the Y and hit F9 to ease those keyframe, and simply go to the graph editor, zoom in, select this, and by holding shift let's move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Let's adjust this properly. Let's select this and try to adjust this and bring this handle over here. Let's select this and move this over here as well. Okay, just like that. So okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, and let's go over here and let's make this 2 complete rotation, or you can create 3 complete rotation as well, and enable the motion blur. Okay, then hit Ctrl D, select this second layer and try to bring this Y position upward. Also go over here and try to bring this Y position over here and try to bring this a little bit forward. Okay, we are getting something like that. Let's select those keyframe, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it so it will last a little bit longer. Now let select these 2 layers and hit Ctrl D and bring this at the top. Then right click, new, and create one null object. Select this null and let's make it apparent with this. So select these 2 slices and let's make it apparent with this null. Press S for scaling option, unlink this, and let's make this -100. So we are gonna get something like that. So if you check it out, this animation, first we got this and then we got this. Okay, so this is also ready. Now it's time to create that whale kind of an animation. So for that I'm going to remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke color I'm going to choose this kind of a greenish complexion color. Then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of a whale kind of a structure. You're free to create any kind of a whale structure you want. I'm going to create something like that, and let's make this fit, and let's increase the stroke width somewhere around like that. In search option, search for cap and choose round cap. Similarly, I'm gonna go and let's search for taper option. Sorry, not like that, and search for taper, and let's increase the start length of this one. I think we need to increase the end length over here like that. Okay, then select this, right click, choose layer styles, and we are going to choose bevel and emboss, and go to the layers, bevel and emboss, and let's increase the size of this one. Okay, like that. Okay, and if you want, instead of this, you are free to choose any different color you want. I'm going to go with this one. Okay, and this is going, it should get animated at this point. So let's bring this over here and let's minimize all the other things, and let's go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's increase this value somewhere around like that. Okay, now I'm going to bring my orange scene over here. Let's try to adjust this over here, and I'm going to press S and let's adjust the scale of this one over here. Hit Ctrl D, let's move this over here and let's try to rotate it. Hit Ctrl D, let's try to adjust it over here and try to adjust this with different things. Hit Ctrl D, you can rotate it, but along with that you can try to adjust the size as well. It's totally up to you, you can adjust it the way you want. Okay, and let's rotate it like that. Okay, let's hit W and let's rotate it, but hit Control D and W, and let's try to animate this. Hit Control D and let's rotate it like that. Hit Control D and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, then select all of them, and with the help of open square bracket, let's try to move this over here. Okay, now let's go inside this over here, and if you know that we have this extra leaf over here, so I'll hit Control C to copy. And what I'm gonna do in project window, I'm going to select this orange one and I'll hit Control D. I'm going to select all of them, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Okay, so these are now different oranges, and let's select those and simply again go to the animation composer, and we are going to apply that overshoot scale, apply as in, and let's close this. So now we are gonna get that popping animation for all of them, and I want that animation to be one by one. So let's go few frame forward, select this and then this. By holding Alt, close square bracket, trim up to this, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and simply hit OK. So now all of these animations are gonna get run one by one like that. Now let's go inside this orange tool, and in scene 1 we have this slice. Hit Ctrl C to copy and hit Ctrl V over there, and let's try to bring this over here like that, and try to bring this over here. Okay, at this bottom press Y, and let's bring this over here and try to bring this at the bottom, and hit W. Hit Ctrl K to open the project window, and let's increase the width of this like that so it should be visible. Okay, let's select this and press Y, and let's bring this over here. Now hit W and let's rotate it like that. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, let's bring this over here, let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here, and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, first keyframe, and try to adjust it little bit like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9, and let's copy this expression and loop out expression like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Okay, so if you check it out this now, along with this we are gonna get something like that. Now let's select pen tool, and this time I don't want any stroke, so I'm going to remove the stroke, and over here zoom in, and let's make this full, and then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of small mask, and let's change the color of this one to white. Select this, hit Ctrl X, select this shape layer and hit Ctrl V, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Okay, so now if you check it out, this it will look like it's coming from the bottom. Okay, so let's make this quad resolution. First we got this, and then we got this. Okay, now let's go to the main animation. Now we got this animation, and then we are getting this. Then after the transition, I want my animation to should start to appear somewhere around at this point. So let's hit Control S, and it will take a little bit time to load because the animation is quite heavy. Okay, so first I'm getting this, and then I'm getting this. Okay, let's go inside this and check it out. Okay, then as this animation goes further, I want this transition to be happening again, so hit Control D, and as this goes again somewhere around at this point, I'm going to bring this transition over here, but this time I'm going to press R, and I'm going to make this 180-degree rotation, so it should be happening from the top. Okay, like that. So first I'm getting this, then I'm getting this, and then I'm gonna get this transition from the top. Now again I'm going to select this mask, and I'll hit Control D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes, and try to bring this mask properly at the center. And let's go inside this animation 02, hit and select alpha mask. And as this goes somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this mask, create one keyframe at position. As this goes further, I'm going to bring this downward somewhere around like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get that transition over here. Okay, now all you need to do is to adjust this keyframes properly. Okay, like that. Now the last is our logo, and for logo is simple. Simply press Ctrl I and let's bring our logo comp, footage, composition, return layer sizes, and let's bring our logo somewhere around at this point. And you can bring this over here. Sorry, let's select this logo, bring this properly at the center. Let's enable this layer and choose grid and guide option. Try to bring this logo at the center like that. And let's double click to open this. And I'm simply going to apply that animation composer plugin over here. But if you want, then you can try to animate this logo as well. Okay, if you have any other concept, you can adjust that. Hit page down button few times, select this layer first, then this, hold alt, close square bracket, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Same procedure, and we are gonna get that animation over here. Okay, and let's close this file. Okay, like that. So let's disable this icon, and our animation is gonna be somewhere around over here. Now what I want, there should be some sort of scaling animations. So let's press S at the start and let's make this 115 to create one keyframe. And as this animation is ending somewhere around at this point, let's make this value 100. Now I'm going to copy this scaling animation and I'm going to apply this over here as well, like this somewhere over here. Also select this logo, increase the initial size a little bit, and as this goes further, let's try to decrease the scale. So what will happen, our animation is gonna be there, but along with that there is some sort of a zoom out effects is going to be there as well. Okay, like that. And then our final animation is ready. Okay, so now we are going to customize this animation in some sort of different fruit kind of a structure. So now we will try to replace our orange animation with this strawberry animations. So I got this illustration from freepik.com. I'll provide the link of this in the description. Now over here we have the slice of the strawberry as well as this slice of a strawberry as well. So now I have already imported this, and now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this strawberry. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange one comp and I'll hit Control V to paste it over here, and I'll adjust the scale, and I'll try to adjust the strawberry somewhere around like that. Okay, over here, and I'm going to hide the other two like this. Just going to hide it, not going to delete it. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange 2 as well and I'll hit Control V, and I'm going to bring this over here. If you want to keep this leaf, you can keep it. You can try to bring this a little bit over here, not too much. Okay, just if you want, if it's not, then that's also okay. So along with that we have this slice comp over here, and I'm going to choose this slice over here. I'll hit Control C and I'll hit Control V over there, and I'll try to bring this properly at the center. Let's adjust the scale, and let's try to adjust this scale like that. I'll try to adjust it like this. Okay, let's keep it over here, and try to adjust it like that. Okay, and let's hide this orange slice. So now what I'm going to happen that our entire animation is gonna get changing and we will get different. Now what you can do is you can go inside this and you can hit W and try to rotate this a little bit to create some variations like that, just for your stuff like this. Okay, also let's go inside this slice and let's try to adjust the scale a little bit because it's going out of the composition. So I'll try to adjust the scale and position. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that, and then we are getting something like this, and then we'll get a transition for this. Now let's go inside this animation too, and over here I'm going to change the color of this one to somewhere around this. Okay, we are getting something like that. I'm going to select those and let's try to adjust the scale of this a little bit. Okay, and we will get this animation over here as well. So as you guys can see, this is how we can customize this animation. Obviously you can do it in a much more better way, but this is just a random stuff that you can do with your animation. So to create this animation, we need these four assets. Check out the link in the description so you will get these images for free. And if you want this entire project file with animation, you can become my Patreon member so you will get access to all the project files of this channel. Now, let's enjoy the tutorial. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop and I have already imported this logo over here. And now I'm going to save this file as Photoshop file and simply hit save. Okay, like that. Now, before doing anything with this one, I would like to import my other images as well. For example, this hand with dart, then this hand, and then this dart over here. I'm going to simply bring this in over here like that. Okay, like that, and deselect it. Okay, so now we have this hand with this dart. Then we have this another hand without any dart. We have separate image of this dart, and then we have this logo. Now let's start with our first image, which is this hand. I'm going to go in select options and I'm going to select subject. So it will automatically select the subject and we need to click on this mask. So we will create something like that. Let's hide this. Let's go over here. Do the same procedure. Select subject like that and click on this icon. So it will create mask and hide this. For this dot, we will keep it like that and then go over here. And now over here, I'm going to press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool, and we will remove this white color over here. Also, let's remove this small white colors over here like that. Also, let's remove this and let's remove this. Okay, like that. So we got something like that. Now what I want is that this text should be on different layers. So press M, which is a shortcut key for rectangle selection tool. Select this entire text and hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and let's call it as text over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this text as well. Hit Control, sorry, select this, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's call it as 01. Okay, we will hide this. Also, I'm going to select this area, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as 02. Let's hide this. Same procedure I'm going to do for this one as well. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as 03. Same procedure I'm going to do this for this one. Hit Control X, new layer. Let's call it as 04, and let's hide this. And last one is this aim. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as 05, and let's hide this. Okay, we will hide this text as well. Now over here, first thing first, we need this dart. So what I'm gonna do over here, I'll select my this dart. I mean separate dart over here. I'll try to bring this over here, and I can hit Control T, which is a shortcut key for rotation tool, and I'll try to adjust the rotation as well as the size of the start, and I'll try to move this over here like that. Okay, over here. Now in this, let's hide this. Now over here, I'm simply going to press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. I'm going to select this area smoothly, totally like that over here. But over here, as you guys can see, there is a misselection. So instead of using lasso tool, let's press P and let's choose pen tool. And so it's easy for us to select with pen tool. So let's select this much area like that, and hit Control Enter and hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Let's select this dart and let's bring this downward. So we have this dart over here. Now we need to create one circle. So for that, I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and over here by holding Shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Okay, and let's bring this ellipse downwards and press V and try to adjust it properly at the center over here. Okay, with the help of arrow keys, you can try to adjust it. Okay, and let's call it as circle, and let's hide this as well as this. Now we have these two sections. So for that, I can press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. Let's select this area and select this much portion like that. So okay, like that. Hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Control Shift V. Let's call it as ring. Okay, not an R by N G, like that. Also select this, type RING. Okay, let's hit Control 0 to make this fit. So we got this ring and then this one. Then we have this circle. Then we don't need this portion. Okay, so we'll remove that. Then we have this text over here, and then we have this hand, and then we have hand with this one. Okay, so now let's save this file. So our Photoshop file is ready for animation. Let's go to the After Effects and let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I am going to choose 30-second long. Okay, and go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select this logo file, import as. Let's choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Double click to open this. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl K to open the project settings. And over here, width I'm going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080. And background color we are going to choose white color and hit OK. Now we have something like that. Let's hide this area like that. So now over here, this logo is properly like that. Now let's try to animate this one by one. So what I want, this circle should start to get animated. So press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, or you can press Control Alt Home to bring this anchor point properly at the center. Okay, then go to the start, press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension like that. And let's create one keyframe at Y position. Go somewhere around 20 frames to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. And in the middle of that, let's bring this Y position upward like that. So, okay. Then select those keyframe and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Somewhere around at this point, let's bring this Y position downwards. Select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's reduce the distance between them. And initially, the Y position of this one should be out of this composition like that. Okay, not all of them, but only this one. Okay, like that. Let's see. Okay, then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, right click and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Select this graph and by holding shift, move this handle at this point. Select this and move this handle at this point. Then zoom in a little bit. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this. Let's try to adjust it like that. And let's try to adjust it like that. Okay. So if you check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Now somewhere around at this point when this ball is striking at the start, I want this ring over here should start to appear. So let's move this over here. Press S, create one keyframe. Also select this ring, move over here, press S, create another keyframe. Go few frame forward. Again create another keyframe on both of them. Go to the start and let's make this value 0. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle at this point. Okay. So in first strike, I want this one should be happen, and on second strike, somewhere around at this point, this ring should start to get pop up. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart should start to get animated. So let's do one thing. Let's select all of this text. Let's hide this, as well as click on this shy icon and click love this layer and click on this shy button over here. Okay, so now we cannot select those. Now, when this thing is getting happening, I want this dart should start to animate. So hit Control D. Now this one, a 10th layer, I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow because this is going to be my main dart. And let's enable this only and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. I'm going to bring this anchor point at the bottom. Okay, then we have this dart over here, and now I want to create some random darts going on animation. So what I can do, somewhere around at this point when this entire stuff is ready, what I want is that this should be over here like that. Okay, so now let's select this dart, and I want some random animation should going on. So press P for position, and initially I'm going to bring this position over here. Let's create one keyframe, and let's go only few frame forward, and let's move this from here to here like that. Okay, in one line, and enable the motion blur. So if you check it out this now, we are getting this kind of a fast animation. If you want, let's increase the duration. Okay, like that. Okay, we are getting something like that. Then hit Control D to duplicate it. Hit U. Let's select those position and let's bring this position over here like that. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Then again hit Control D to duplicate it. Hit U. Let's select this and let's bring this position a little bit over here. Then hit Control D again, hit U, and this time I'm going to select this position, right click and choose separate dimension like that. And then somewhere in the middle, when this is over here like that, I'm going to select this, create one keyframe. Let's remove this keyframes over here, go few frame forward. Let's select this one. Let's bring this X position over here and let's bring this Y position downward like that. And in the middle of that, the Y position over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, remove this X keyframe. Let's bring this Y position over here and remove this last keyframe over here. Okay, and make sure to select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. And over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, if you want, let's select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it somewhere around like that. Okay, now let's go over here. Let's select those X position keyframes and by holding Control, create one keyframe like that. Okay, select those Y position keyframes. Go to the graph. Select this. Move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here and let's make this 3 complete rotation. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that illusion that it's going upward and going downward like that. Then select this, hit Control D, hit U, and this time I'm going to change the X position of this one to somewhere around like that over here. Similarly, at this point, select those two X position keyframes and change them over here like that. Okay. And for this one, rotation, I'm going to make this -3. Okay. And let's hit U. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust them one by one like that over here. Okay. So now, if you check it out, this, we are going to get something like this. So first I want this, then somewhere around over here I want that, and then somewhere around over here I want that. Okay, like that. We are getting something like this. And then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart. Let's bring this over here. press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times, create another keyframe, and at the start, it should be out of this composition. Okay, like that. And let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here. Then press R for rotation, create one keyframe, hit page down button 2 times. Let's make this 4. Hit page down button few times again. Let's make this -3. Hit page down button few times and let's make this 0. Okay, like that. And select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, like that. Now what I want is that our hand should come up over here. Now we have these two hands. Now over here, this hand is null. So let's still make this hand in red color. This hand has that dart in it. So let's change the color of this one to somewhere around purple. Then select this red color hand and make it apparent with this hand. Select this and let's hit W and rotate it like that. Uh, okay, let's select your selection tool and let's disable this mapping. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like that. And now I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here like that. Okay. Now I'm going to select this dart and I'll hit Control D, hit U, and I'm going to remove all of these keyframes. We don't need that. I'm going to select this dart and hit W and let's rotate it like this. Okay. And let's bring this at the top. Press S for scaling option and scale it in such a way that it should get matched with our hand over here. Okay. And let's make this fit. Okay, now let's hide this hand for a while. We need to create animation for this dart as well. Okay, so let's select this dart and press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's move this from here to here like that. Then press R for rotation. Go over. Sorry, hit U, go somewhere around over here, select the same rotation keyframes, select this and hit Control V to paste it. But obviously, we are gonna get something weird over here. Okay, so what we can do, simply hit Control V over here, hit U, go to the last one. Okay, let's enable our
Now
hand over
let's see
here.
this animation
Let's
from the
select those
start and hit
rotation
U.
keyframes and try to rotate it like that.
Okay, and let's
Okay,
hide
we
this
are
now
getting
again.
something like
So
that.
now we are
When this
getting something
animation
like
is
that,
done,
but there should
I
be a
want my
gap
hand
between
should
these
start to
two
get appear.
animations. So
So
let's
let's bring these
bring
two
this
layers
over
at the
here.
top. And okay, and move this over here. Now select this hand, press P for position to create one keyframe. Okay, and make sure that anchor point should be at this point. So press Y and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that, or you can try to bring this over here as well. That is also okay. There is not much more problem, but I would prefer to move this somewhere around over here. Okay, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, this hand should be over here like that. Okay, let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here like that. Hit F9 to this keyframe like this. Somewhere around at this point, I'm going to bring this, going to trim this up to this. So it will look like the hand came initially with nothing on at him. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this hand, press T for opacity, create one keyframe, hit page down button. Let's make this opacity 0. Okay, then select this hand somewhere around at this point. Let's move this over here and go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and hit W and let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that. And then when he is pulling out this one, obviously this dot should be gone. So let's select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this and delete this. So now it will create an illusion that this is holding this dart. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, I want there should be an illusion like he is throwing that dart. So let's select this and let's move this over here. hit W to rotate it like that. Okay. And we are getting something like this, and this action should be a little bit faster. So we are going to create something like that. Let's move this over here. Let's rotate it like this. Then somewhere around at this point, hit Control C Control with this keyframe only, like this. Okay. And at this point, I want this should be gone. Okay. Like that. Now let select those keyframe and hit F9. Do all of this. Okay. Select those keyframes. Go to the graph. Zoom in. Select this. Let's select this and hit F9 as well. Okay. At this point, when he is throwing it, initially it should be slow like that. At this point, it should be faster. Okay. Then at this point, let's move this handle at this point and select this and move this handle at this point. Sorry. Okay. So if you check it out this, we are getting something like that. If you think this is very fast, you can select those, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it. Okay, like that. And when he's throwing somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this. I can press Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select this second hand layer, create one keyframe, hit page down button, and let's increase the opacity of this one. Okay, like that. Even if it's for a very short interval, it is necessary. Okay. And when somewhere around at this point, I want the dart animation. So let's select this dart over here and hit Control D, hit U and go somewhere around over here or somewhere around at the end point. And I'm going to remove all of this position as well as rotation keyframes, bring this at the top, and somewhere around at this point, let's move this over here. Okay. And try to adjust it like that. Press Control Alt Home. Let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Now we need to remove this shy object and we need to enable our text just for now. Now we need to create a path for this dart to move. So for that, I'm going to press G, which is a shortcut key for a pen tool in After Effects. From here to here, I'm going to create one path, but I'm going to remove this fill. I don't need that. And I'm going to choose black color for it for the stroke. Okay, select G, create one point over here, move it like this. Okay, like that, move it like this, and somewhere around at this point, I'm going to create something like that. So, okay, like this. You can select this and try to bring this over here. Okay, let's bring this over here like that. Okay, so this is the path that our dart is going to follow. So, let's bring this over here. Select the shape layer, go to the search option and search for path and create one keyframe. Select this path, Control C to copy. Select this dart, press P, select this and hit Control V to paste it. So we are going to get something like that. Okay. And let's hide the shape layer. Right click, go to the transform and choose auto orientation and offset around the path and hit OK and press R for rotation and let's rotate it somewhere around like that. Okay, hit U. So now we are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. Now we are going to get something like that. Select those and by holding Alt, let's bring this keyframe up to this. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, I want my text should start to get appear. So let's bring this text at the top over here and let's select this dart over here. And the last position of this dart, I'm going to bring this a little bit over here. Then at the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's try to rotate it a little bit. Okay, like that. Okay. And somewhere around at this point, I want my text to start to get appear. So let's go to this point and let's make it apparent with this dot over here. Okay. So this text is going to move along with this like that. Okay. And select those last keyframe and hit F9. Okay. Like that. Okay. Like that. Then select this text, enable the motion blur, move this over here, press T for opacity to create one keyframe, hit page down button, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select this dot, press T, create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this value 0 like that. So now we are gonna get illusion like this, there is a transformation of this over here. Or you can select this, you can select those last keyframe, go to the graph, select this graph over here, and by holding shift try to adjust this graph like that. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and this transition should be somewhere around at this point over here. Okay, like that. And if you want, then you can select this path, you can select your this area and try to adjust it properly like that. I think this looks good to me. Okay, so I'll keep it as it is like that. Okay, but over here if you see there is one problem that it's not straight over here. So what we can do, I can select this and I can press R for rotation. I'll go somewhere around at this point and somewhere around at this point only I want it should be straight. So I'll try to adjust the rotation of it a little bit. Hit W and let's try to adjust the rotation as much as we can. Let's select this last and hit F9 like that. Okay, so this looks good to me like that. Okay, now this is also done. Now over here, if you check it out this, initially I don't want this ring should be like that. So let's select those rings and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, so let's go to the start and let's see when our final arrow is gonna come up. Somewhere around at this point, our final arrow is gonna come up over here. So we'll select those two rings and press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Then go to the start of this one. Let's make this -3. Then go to the start of this one and let's make this -3, or let's make this +3. So what we can get over here is the animation of this one. Similarly, at the start of this, hit U. I think we need to create animation at this point over here. Let's make this +3 or something. Okay, like this. I think the rotation is too big. So let's go with not 3, but let's go with 2, -2. Okay, I think this much is enough. Okay, like that. Then we can animate those remaining text like those. Let's enable those text layer and try to bring this over here somewhere around at this point. When this thing is gonna come up, I'll bring them over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Press T for opacity to create another keyframe over here and hit U. Let's go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this over here like that. And let's bring the opacity of all of them to 0. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. Okay, and I want this animation to be one by one, so hit page down button 2 times and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that. So our this animation is ready. Now we need to create some additional stuff to this animation, so let's see how we can do that. Okay, So now we'll go to the main animation comp, and just to give a backdrop to this, I'm going to bring my this background image of this one over here. Let's try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Then I'm going to bring my logo file comp over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that animation over here like that. Okay, and obviously this animation should go from this to this. Okay, and I want this animation should be around 7 second long, or let's say 8 second long, and press S to create one keyframe. Go to the start and let's make this value 115, or let's make this 120 for example. Okay, so what will happen that along with this animation, I'm going to get that scaling animation as well. And somewhere around at this point over here, I want the lighting animation should come up. So press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for light sweep effect and double click to apply. And let's bring this light point over here. Create one keyframe at the center, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's bring this center from here to here. Okay, so we are going to get something like that. Let's increase this value. Let's increase the width of this one as well. So we are going to get something like this. Okay, around at this point, let's go to the end point, select this BG and make it apparent with this logo and hit N over there. So now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that, and then we'll get something like this. Okay. Now, just to give a little bit film kind of a look, right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC Windshield effect and double click to apply like that. So we will get this kind of a look. Then, if you want to apply color corrections, go over here and choose for color balance effect and go to the and double click to apply. Settings, I'm going to choose -20. Go to the green balance, choose -10. Go to the shadow blue balance, -5. Okay. So, along with that, we are gonna get something like this. Okay. Now, I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's choose black color. Hit Ctrl D, select this black color, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Select this topmost layer, press S, unlink this, and let's make this 90 degree. 90. Okay, so now this all the bottom edges are there. So now it will give our animation a little bit, that cinematic look. Okay, like that. So this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of Adobe After Effects. We are in Adobe Photoshop and I have this like logo, and just like each and every tutorial, I want each and every stuff on different layer. So now what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to press M, which is a shortcut key for a rectangle selection tool. Let's select this S, press Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and we will hide this. Same thing, I'm going to go for this L as well. Hit Control X, create a new layer and press Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we will select this A, hit Control X, create a new layer and press Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Same for this C, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we have this K, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Now same for this portion over here. I want each and every one properly on different layer. So let's select this area, hit Control X, create new layer and press Control Shift V. Then again select this area, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Same procedure we need to do for each and every one. So uh, they should be on different layer like that. Okay, we will do this procedure one by one. Only the last four ones are remaining. So let's see. Okay. And now this is the last one. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. And now each and every stuff is properly on different layer. And now let's save this file as not After Effect, but Photoshop file. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width we are going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 180. Duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long and background color should be white color and simply hit OK. Okay, let's disable this. Now go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select this Photoshop file, import as, instead of footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes and simply hit import and hit OK. And let's bring our logo over here. Now let's go inside this logo. It will take time to load because the size of this files is a little bit big. Then hit Ctrl K to open the project setting and over here color should be white, so hit OK and hit OK like that. And let's make this quarter resolution. Now we need to create animation for this one first, so let's select all of them and press P for position. Now let's maximize the screen. By holding shift I'm going to select all of their positions like that. Okay, make sure that you are clicking on this position word, right click and choose separate dimension and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Go few frame forwards around 1 second over here, create one keyframe each. Go few frame forward up to 20 frames, create another keyframe and in the middle change the Y position a little bit upward and somewhere in the middle let's change the Y position over here like that. Okay, then go somewhere around at the start. Make sure that you have selected each and every one of them. Go to the align tab and choose align horizontal and choose align vertical, and let's try to bring them at the center over here and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Hit U, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe and go to the start and let's make this value 0. Okay, so we are getting something like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here. Let's select all of these alphabets and let's change the rotation to 1. Okay, then select all of this and let's go to downwards and rotation should be -1. Okay, we are gonna get something like that. Now over here in search option, search for Y, so it will show us Y position keyframes. Select all of them and let's hit F9. Okay, go to the graph editor, zoom in. Let's select this and by holding shift move one handle at this point. Select this and move one handle at this point. Then select this and move one handle at this point. Select this and move one handle at this point. Okay, again go over here, select this Mm. like that, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now hit U to check it out all of them. And now let's select all of those keyframes and by holding alt I'm going to bring them up to 1 second only like that. So we will get this animation a little bit faster. Now hit U. Let's hit page down 2 times. Select this and move this over here. I'm going to bring them one by one. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Press F4, select all of them and enable the motion blur. So our animation will get something like that. Okay. Now press Ctrl K and we will increase the height of this one. Okay. Like that. Okay. Now this logo animation is ready. Press S for over here. Let's bring this downwards like that. Okay. Now we need to create our messaging icons. So for that, I'm going to select my rounded rectangle and I don't want any stroke. So I'll delete this stroke. And for the fill, with the help of picker, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. Then go to the rectangle options and let's create one rounded rectangle like this. And go to the rectangle options, rectangle path, and let's increase the roundness like that. Now select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Now let select this and let's move this over here. Then hit Ctrl D and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, let's select those and try to adjust it over here. Now let select this and go to the fill options and select your fill and choose this color and hit OK. Then select this layer, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top. Let's try to bring this downwards like that. Okay. Let's hide this layer. You can select this layer again. Go to the fill option and with the help of picker, pick up this color like that. Okay. And when you are going to unhide it, you will get something like this. Select this layer again, hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this at the top. Let's bring this downwards and like that. Let hide this layer. Select this layer and go to the fill option. And with the help of this picker, I'm going to pick up this color. Okay. So we are getting something like that. Our message box are ready. Now I want them to be properly in equal distance. So let's select this first and by holding shift, select this layer and click on this distribute vertically like that. Also try to bring them properly somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. Now I want there should be some proper animation to them. So what I can do is that I can select this and I'm going to go in effect and presets panel and I'm going to search for transform effect and double click to apply. And let's create one keyframe at position. Go to the downward, hit U. Let's bring this position keyframe over here. Okay, like that. Go somewhere around 20 frames to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this downward like that. Create one keyframe at opacity, hit U, go over here, create another keyframe, and at the start, opacity should be 0. So we are going to get something like that. Okay. Now let's create one keyframe at rotation, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's make this rotation up to somewhere around, let's say 3. Go few frame forward, let's make this -3. Go few frame forward, let's make this 0 and select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like this. But obviously these look weird, so I think rotation property is not required, so I'll keep it as it is only and select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this graph and by holding shift let's bring this handle over here. So we are going to get something like that. Now let's select this transform property and hit Ctrl C. Select all the other layers and hit Ctrl V. So I'm gonna go get that animation for all of them. Okay, like that. So after that, first we got this. Then somewhere around over here, I need their text also. So I have already created few text. So I'm going to write those. I'm going to copy this text over here. Okay, and for the font, you are free to choose any font you want. I'm going to choose somewhere around, let's say, Montreal only, Montreal bold, and let's choose currently this color only, like that. Okay, let's adjust the scale. Let's choose black color because it should be readable. Okay, then select this, hit Control D. Let's bring this over here. Then I'm going to choose this my second text. Okay, then select this, hit Control D. Let's move this over here. Okay, then if you want, then you can increase this text over here. Okay, if you want, then you can increase this text over here as well. It's totally up to you. I didn't, you know, increase the scale because the text was quite big. Okay. Or you can try to minimize this text as well. We need logo animation. Okay. So it should be, I'm basically decreasing the copy. Okay. Like that. So let's select this text now and let's choose here. Go. Okay. Let's select this and try to adjust it and try to adjust the scale. Okay. Like that. Now this thing is ready. Now I want their animation as well. So I'm going to select this and let's try to bring this over here. Our red layer is over here. So let's select this and make it apparent with this shape layer. Then select this OK but brand. So make go over here somewhere in the middle of this one and make it apparent with this one. Then select the select text, bring this over here at the top of this red layer and make it apparent with this fourth layer, which is this one. Then select this, here we go, and make it apparent with this second layer. Okay, like that. Now, what I want is that after this animation, I'm going to select all of this text and I'm going to move them over here. Then select this, we need logo animation. Go to the animate menu and we are going to choose position. And let's go over here and let's make this value 90. Okay, go to the range selector and go to the offset value or somewhere around minus 100. Okay, create one keyframe, go few frame forward and let's make this 100. Okay, and then go to the advanced option, go to the based on characters and choose words, go to the shape options and choose ramp up. Ease high should be 25 and ease low should be 100. Then we go to the add menu and we are going to choose property and we are going to choose let's say opacity over here. Let's make this opacity 0. Then go to the add property and we will choose blur, and blur value I'm going to add 30. So we'll get something like that. Okay. So first over here we will get that box and then we are going to get our text. Now let's go to the start of this text and I'm going to go inside this. I'll go to the text options and I'm going to select this animation, hit Control C, select all the other layers and hit Control V to paste it. Okay, like that. So first we got this, then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select these two layers and we are going to bring this somewhere around 1 second. Then somewhere around at 2 seconds, I'm going to bring them over here like that. Then somewhere around at 3 seconds, I'm going to select them and I'll move this over here. Okay. So now we got up to this animation, and now what I want is that there is one null object that should, uh, I mean, cover up this entire animation. So right click new and create one null object and select all the layers, I mean, all the shape layers and select those and make it apparent with this null. Now, initially, somewhere around at this point, I want this null object should be at the downward. So press P for position and let's bring this over here to create one keyframe. Okay, and go somewhere around over here and let's bring this null object to somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. So we'll get something like that. Similarly, over here, create one keyframe, go few frame forward and let's bring this null object to somewhere up to this, like that. Okay. So now we got something like that, and then we got something like this, and then we'll get something like that. Now let's select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, let's bring one handle over here and bring one handle over here. So now if we check it out this, we are gonna get this animation first, then this, and then this, and then this. Okay, like that. If you want to move this a little bit upward, you can do that as well. Let's bring this somewhere around over here, like this. Then similarly at this point, let's create one keyframe over here. Somewhere around at this point, let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, let's link those and let's try to adjust the graph of this one as well. Okay, so if you check it out, this animation, we got this. Okay, and somewhere around at this point, let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward. Let's bring this null object downward like that. Hit F9, select those, try to adjust the keyframe again like this and like this. Then somewhere in the middle, let's select all those shape layers and press P4 position to create one keyframe. Press R for rotation to create another keyframe. Press S for scaling option to create another keyframe. Hit U, go few frame forward over here like that. And let's decrease the scale of this. Select this shape layer, hit W, let's rotate it like that. And let's move this over here. Select this, hit W, let's rotate it like that. Move this over here, hit W, rotate it like that. Select this and hit W, let's rotate it like this. Okay, then go few frame forward. Let's select this and go to the align tab, align it horizontally or align it vertically, or you can simply try to bring this at the center. Select this, let's try to bring this at the center. Select this and try to bring this at the center. Select this and try to bring this at the center. And you can copy the first rotation over here, which is this one, like that. Okay, so you'll get something like this. Now let select those keyframes and let's hit F9 and go to the last keyframe over here. I forgot to bring the scaling of this one, should be the 0 over here. So let's make this scale 0, also 0 over here. So it will create another keyframe. Okay, now let's select those and go to the graph editor. Zoom in, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. Okay, we are getting something like that. So first we got this, got this, got this, and then this. And now this animation should be not like going randomly. There should be a gap between this animation. So hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Let select those and let's move this over here. Again hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select this and let's move this over here. Again hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select this and let's move this keyframes somewhere around over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this now, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now somewhere around at this point when it's going over here, I want my logo animation, revealing animation should start at this point. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as animation and hit OK. Then hit Ctrl D, select the second layer, go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for CC Radial Fast Fox Blur and double click to apply. And let's make this value 98. Okay. Select this center and let's try to bring this somewhere around over here. Okay. So we are getting this, and this, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, over here. If you want, then you can decrease the opacity of this one and let's save this file. Okay, so now we are gonna get that shadow as well. Okay, like that. Now let's press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC widget effect and double click to apply. Okay, and let's decrease the amount to 20. Okay, because I don't want much more CC vintage effect. Okay, so this much looks good to me. We will get something like that. And now over here, what I want that there should be some kind of a depth of blur over here. So now what we can do to do that, you can select this shape layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect and double click to apply. Let's create one keyframe, hit U. Okay, go few frame forward somewhere around at this point. Let's make this value 20. Okay, now make sure to choose, deselect this repeat horizontal. Okay, let's not make this 20, but let's make this 10. Okay, as this goes further somewhere around at this point, create one keyframe at blurriness again, go few frame forward. Let's make this value 20. Okay, then as it goes further somewhere around at this point, create another keyframe over here somewhere around at this point. Let's make this value 30. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select those and hit F9 only. So we are going to get that blurriness like that. Now what I can do is that I'm going to select this Gaussian blur effect, hit Control C, select this text over here we need, and hit Control V and hit U. So you can see those keyframe on this text as well. Okay, like that. Now what we can do is that because we have already copied that effect, okay, now we are going to apply the same on this one, but it should start somewhere around at this point. So hit Control V over here and hit U. So these keyframes are also going to start from here like that. Okay, same effect should be applied on this text as well. So hit Control V and hit U like that. Okay, it's going to start over here. Now the only remaining one is this one. So let's select this and it should start over here. So hit Control V, hit U, select this, hit Control V. So it's gonna get applied. Now at this final, let's hit U. We don't need this effect. So let's remove those keyframe. We don't need those key effect over here as well, and here as well. Okay, we don't need that keyframe like that. So now if I check it out this animation now, first I got this, then I got this, and then I got this. Now when this entire stuff is coming at the center, I'm going to select all of these layers and hit U. Then we will create one keyframe on those Gaussian blur. Go few frame forward somewhere around at this point. Okay, let's save this file. Hit U to minimize it. Okay, somewhere around at this point, let's go few frame forward and let's make this opacity 0. Same thing, I'm gonna go and create one keyframe in Gaussian blur, go over here and let's make this value 0. Same for this one as well, create one keyframe on blurriness of each. Then at this point, let's make this value 0 for this one, 0 for this one. Okay, same for this one as well. Create one keyframe on Gaussian blur. Also on this one, select this one and let's make this value 0 as well as this value 0. Okay, so now that blurriness is gone. And now if I check it out my final output, okay, we will get something like that. And it will take a little bit time to load because now we have applied that Gaussian blur effect. So it will take time to load, but our final. Here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We will call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration somewhere around 130 seconds. And background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. And let's start creating our shapes. So for that, first thing first, I'll choose my star tool. And for the color, I'm going to choose yellow color. And by holding shift, let's create one star. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point to the center. go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the polystar options, polystar path, and let's decrease this value to 3. Okay, somewhere around like that. And you can choose roundness as well, like you can increase the outer roundness like that, and you can adjust the inner roundness as well. But instead of that, what we can do is that we will minimize this. Let's go to the add menu and let's choose round corners. Go to the round corners and let's make this value to 20. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a round corners. So let's make this fit. Now let's select this and make sure to press Ctrl Alt Home. Okay, go to the fill options and instead of this color, I'm going to choose somewhere around like orangey. So let's select this, press S, let's decrease the scale of this, press V, and let's try to bring this downwards. Okay, it should touch the bottom line. Now after that, I'm going to select my rounded rectangle, and this time for the color, I'm going to pick up bluish color. Then by holding shift, let's create one rounded rectangle, press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the align tab, align it horizontally. Then go to the rectangle one, rectangle path, and let's increase this roundness. Okay, like that. Okay, select this, press P for position, and let's try to bring this downwards like that. Then I'm going to choose my ellipse tool, and for this color I'm going to choose somewhere around purple. And by holding shift, let's create one ellipse and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, press P, and let's try to bring this downwards. Zoom in a little bit and let's make sure that all of them should touch each other. With the help of arrow keys, you can try to bring them closer to each other. Okay, like that. Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool again, and this time I'm going to pick up red color like that, and let's select something like that. Then select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally. Then go to the add menu and choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this value end value 50. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Select this, press R for rotation, and instead of rotating rotation, let's go to the trim path only and let's try to rotate this offset. Let's make this -90. Okay, like that. Then hit U. Let's select this and try to bring this over here. Okay, so make sure these should touch this and these two should touch the bottom one. Okay, this looks good to me. Now again, I'm going to select this ellipse, hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the top, and let's move this over here. Press S and let's increase the scale of this, or instead of that, instead of scaling, simply minimize this and in search option search for size, and let's increase the size option. Then press P for position and let's try to adjust the position over here like that. And then finally, let's select this one first and change the color of this one to somewhere around like greenish color. Okay, and then what you can do, you can select this only layer, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top, press P for position. Let's bring this over here. Then go to the content, rectangle, rectangle path. Let's decrease the roundness, also decrease the size. Let's unlink this size, try to adjust it and try to adjust it from here, and let's increase the roundness. Let's select this, press P for position, and let's bring down the position. Okay, now let's select all of them and let's try to adjust them over here. Now we need to try to adjust the anchor points of each and every one. So let's select this, press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. Let's, by holding Control, try to bring this at the bottom, and let's make this fit. Then for this ellipse over here, I think instead of purple, we should choose different color. So let's choose somewhere around like yellowish color. That looks good to me. Okay, let's make this fit. Otherwise, you can change the colors as well. If you don't like color, you can choose textures as well, but currently we are only focusing on colors because we need to focus on animation first. Okay, so let's select this one now, and this looks good to me. This anchor point is over here only, Let's select this ellipse, press Y, and by holding Control, let's try to bring this over here like that. Then let's select this one. Let's keep this like that only. Now what we can do, I am going to select these and let's make each and every one parent with each other. So let's select those. Let's make it a parent with this one, or let's select this one, make it a parent with this. Select fourth, make it a parent with fifth. Third one should be parent with 4. Second one should be parent with 3. First one should be parent with second. Now let's select this, press P, and let's right click and choose separate dimension. Let's change the Y position of this one to somewhere around over here, and let's make this 400 and create one keyframe. Or let's go to the start, and we need to create one keyframe over here. So press P for position and create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1.15 frames, and let's change the Y position of this one from here to here. Okay, initially it should be over here, and at this point it should be over here. Then somewhere around 3 seconds, let's Control C Control V original keyframe. Let's select this, hit Control C Control V. Now let's select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now along this what I want, then there should be rotation for this one. So let's select this, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Somewhere over here, when this is, it should get rotated. Then somewhere around at this point it should get somewhere around like this. Okay, so when it's going from here it should be like that, and then when it's getting slower, I want this one should be over here, this keyframe. Okay, like that. Okay, let's bring this over here, and at this point it should be 0 like that. Then somewhere around over here it should again rotate it like that. Then somewhere around over here, let's create one keyframe, go over here, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out this now, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's bring this keyframe over here like that. Let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, at this point this should rotate like this, and let's try to adjust it like that. Okay, so if you check it out, the keyframes type over here, it's going to be something like that. So we are going to get something like this, and we are going to get something like that. Okay, now along with that there should be animation of this ball. So let's try to do that. Let's select this, and this time let's select all of the top one. Let's hide them, or let's change the parenting of them and hide them, and say go, let's select the shape layer and also change the parenting of this. Now what I want is that when it's going from here, there should be some pop animation for this ball. So let's press P, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Let's go somewhere around at this point, and let's change the X position of this one over here. Then go somewhere around over here, and then change the X position of this one should be over here. In between this, there should be Y position animation. So let's change the Y position of this one at this point. Go over here, select this, hit Control C Control V, and let's try to bring down the Y position somewhere around over here. Then somewhere around at this point, again create one keyframe and try to bring this over here like that. Okay, and somewhere in the middle, let's try to bring this again over here like that. Now select those Y position keyframe and hit F9. Okay, let's go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here, move this handle over here, move this handle over here, and move this handle over here. Okay, then select this, move this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this, move this over here, and move this over here. So if you check it out, this, we are gonna get something like that. Now at this point there should be a reversible animation for that. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this, hit Control C, hit page down button, hit Control V, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that animation we are gonna get. Now along with this, there should be some bouncy animation that should happen, but there is very less time to create keyframes for that. Okay, so at the end, what I want is that when it's coming back over here, there should be some extra bounce. So I'll go few frame forward to create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle, I'm going to bring this a little bit more upward. And let's bring this over here. Select those keyframe, those last two keyframe, and hit F9, and let's see what we are getting. So let's go to the graph editor again, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here, select this and move this over here and move this over here. So we will get something like that. And somewhere around over here, let's bring this upward. Okay, so if you check it out, this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now let's try to cope up with this animation. Now over here there should be animation for this one as well. So press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. And now we know that our ball is bouncing somewhere around up to this one. Okay, like that. So we'll try to create animation for that. So somewhere up to this, I want my this ball should start to animate. So somewhere around at this point, let's create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. And in the middle, let select and change the Y position of this one to somewhere around like this. Also, X position should be over here and Y position should be over here. So let's change the Y position of this one like that, and X position should be like that. Okay, and then somewhere around at this point, X position should be over here like this, and Y position should be like that. Okay, not entirely but only at this point, and in the middle it should go only a little bit upward. Okay, so something like that. And one thing maybe I forgot to tell you, let's hide this one for now. The initial and final frame should be the same. So what you can do, you can select this ball and make sure you, whenever you go at the end point over here, select this keyframe, hit Control C, Control V, and make sure this at the start the value is one, this, so make sure at the end your value should be that only. And same thing we are going to follow for everyone. Okay, like that. So let's save this file as well. You need to check it out for this one as well. Now for example, if I hit U and check it out, this keyframe initial rotation is 0 and end rotation is like that only. Same for this one as well. Now at the start the X position is 400 and Y position is 720 1.6. At this portion at the last as well, you can see the measurements are same. Okay, so we need to keep in mind that. Okay, so now let's focus on this one over here. Now after that, what I want, there should be a reversible animation, but we will do that later. Now along with that, there should be rotation animation as well. So I'll press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, and let's make this rotation 1. Okay, so we will get something like that. And then at this point, let's make this rotation to 0 again. So if you check it out, this, we are gonna get something like that. Now let's change the, select this Y position, hit F9, go to the graph, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here and move this handle over here, zoom in, select this, move this handle over here, select this, move this handle at this point, this handle at this point, move this handle at this point, and move this handle at this point. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, if you want, then you can change the Y position of this one totally upward as well. Okay, so you will get something like that. Similarly, at this point, you can change the Y position of this one to over here. Okay, like that. Now select those rotation keyframe, hit F9. Okay, like that. Or I think we don't need to hit F9. They are looking good like that only. Okay, now somewhere around at this point, what I want at this point, it should go downwards. So hit page down button to one time and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then somewhere around over here, I want that this one should fall downward like that. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, don't create keyframe on X at this point. Okay, I want it should go downward, create one keyframe again. Let's minimize this keyframe so we can focus on this one, and somewhere over here move this a little bit upward and select these four keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph. Let's select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point like that. So if we check it out this, we'll get something like that. And then create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y again, hit U, and somewhere around at this point I'm going to copy Control C, Control V, and in the middle I'm going to bring this totally upward. Okay, not this one but this one. Let's select those Y position keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point, move this over here, move this over here, and move, select this and move this over here. So if we check it out this now, we will get something like that. Okay, let's create one keyframe at rotation. Let's go over here and let's make this -2. Okay, we want more rotation over here like that. Okay, so first we get this, then we get this. Okay, so up to this we are getting a little bit our results. Now let's focus on our this shape over here like that. Over here, press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Now let's see where is our last keyframe, which is somewhere around at this point. Okay, so we need to bring our animation up to this. So let's bring one marker over here and hit U to minimize this. Now let's focus on this shape over here. Now initially I put down this anchor point over here. So let's keep in mind that press P for position. Let's create one keyframe at Y. Let's go somewhere around over here, around 20 frames, create another keyframe around 1 second, again create another keyframe. Okay, like that. Initially let's bring this totally downwards somewhere around like that. Just for a ground, I'm going to hit Control R and bring one ruler like that. Let's remove this last keyframe, we don't need that. Go somewhere around 1 second and then create another keyframe. In the middle of this, let's bring this upward like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle at this point, select this, move this handle at this point, and move this handle at this point, and move handle at this point. Okay, then select this one by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like this. Okay, we are getting something like that. But over here, if you check it out this one is getting bouncy. Okay, so initially what our animation should do, that this should go a little bit upward. So let's select these keyframes over here, and let's move this forward. Let's select this, create one keyframe at Y, okay, and then select this keyframe, and let's try to bring this over here. Let's somewhere around at this point, let's change this Y position over here. Okay, go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift try to adjust it in such a way, okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now when it's getting bounced, I want there should be rotation animation for that. So let's create one keyframe at a rotation, hit U. Let's go somewhere around over here. Let's make this 3, or let's make this 10. Go over here, let's make this -10. Go over here and let's make this value 0 and hit F9. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Let's not enable motion blur for now, like this. And when this all stuff is gonna go over here, I want this one should go upward and come at its original position. So let's create one keyframe at Y, go somewhere around over here, and let's bring this totally upward like that. Okay, let's move this over here and simply Control C, Control V first keyframe. Then go over here, create another keyframe like that. Or let's not create another keyframe. The last keyframe should be somewhere around at this point. Okay, and then go few frame forward and create another keyframe. Okay, and in the middle, let's bring this a little bit more upward. Okay, now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph. Same thing, select this by holding shift. Let's move this handle over here. Let's move this handle over here. Let's move this handle over here. Then select this, move this handle over here, and move this handle over here, and move this handle over here. Let's try to adjust it. Okay, like that. So this animation is going to start from this point. So if we check it out, this animation till now, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now the only person remaining is this one. Okay, so for this animation I'm just going to create a bouncing ball animation type. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Now we all know it's going something around like that. Okay, so we can try to animate this along with this only. Okay, so press P for position, and let's select this layer, hit U. Okay, and you can select this, hit Control C, you can select this, hit Control V, so it will come downward. But what we can do over here, we can select this and let's try to bring this equally upward like that. Okay, like this. Then we'll go somewhere around over here. This is okay. Somewhere around at this point, this is also okay, this is also okay. Then somewhere around at this point we will get something like that. But this animation should happen a little bit uh, longer. So for that, what we can do, let's now go somewhere around over here. Let's bring this a little bit more upward. Then somewhere when it's coming over here, I'm going to select these keyframe and I'll move them forward. Okay, like that. So we'll get that extra bouncy animation stuff over here. Okay, and I'm going to select these keyframe, hit Control C. Somewhere around over here I'll hit Control V, and this time I'm going to bring this Y position a little bit downward. Also select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's bring them up to this. Okay, like that. So we'll get a little bit more animation for that. Okay, like that. Let's select this one, or you can select this keyframe only and try to bring this over here only. Okay, let's bring this over here and let's bring this more upward. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and then somewhere around at this point, let's bring this more upward. Then go over here and select those keyframe, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it. Okay, like that. let's select this, go over here, and let's change the Y position of this one to over here. Okay, like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this animation, we are gonna get something like that. Go over here and hit N, and you're gonna get that animation continuously, like in a form of loop, like that. Okay, now this looks good to me. Let's save this file. Now I'm going to right click new and create one null object. Okay, and we will select the all of these layers except the sixth layer because it's parent with 7. So by holding control, I'll deselect it. I'm going to select all of them and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S. Let's decrease the scale of this. And now if I check it out, that animation over here, I'm gonna get that in a form of loop. Okay, like that. Okay, now let's try to adjust the scale and position properly. Let's adjust the scale a little bit like this. Okay, over here. Now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as animation and hit OK. Let's go inside this. Alt right click on this work area and choose trim comp to work area. Then go to the main animation, hit O to go at the end. Right click, go to the time and choose enable time remapping. And before the last keyframe, create one keyframe, and let's delete this last keyframe. Then alt click on this stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression on it. Okay. Okay, so our animation is ready. Now what you can do over here, you can select this and hit Ctrl D, press S, unlink this, and let's increase, not increase, but let's make the second scale to -100. Press P for position, and let's try to bring this position downwards. Okay, then press T for opacity, and let's decrease the opacity to 30. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get that animation like that. You can go inside this, select all of them, and enable the motion blur as well. So your animation will be in the form of loop, and it will look more realistic as well. Okay, like that. So this is how you can create this kind of a looping shape animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so now this is our shape animation, and what I did over here, I used only color only, but there are other things that you can do as well. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll save this as a separate file and I'll name it as bevel. Okay, so I'm going to go inside this. I'm going to select this, right click, go to the layer styles, and I'm going to choose bevel and emboss. Let's go to the bevel and emboss, and let's increase the softness of this one. Okay, and instead of black color, I'm going to choose yellow color. Okay, and let's increase the softness of this. Okay, as well as size. I'm going to copy this layer styles and hit Ctrl C, select all of them and hit Ctrl V over here. Okay, so basically you can add another bevels as well. Okay, or instead of this you can choose a black color only. Okay, and but you need to increase the size of this like that. Also decrease the opacity to 30. Then copy this bevel layer styles, hit Ctrl C, select all the other layers and hit Ctrl V. Okay, so now if you check it out, this stuff, you are gonna get something like that. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is how you will get this kind of an animation. Now there is another stuff you can do, is that you can add textures to it. So let's press Ctrl Shift S and let's call it as textures. So I'm going to name it as another file as textures. I'll go inside this, hit U, and I'm using After Effects 2026 version. So over here textures we are going to use a little bit differently. So let's go to the start. Let's disable the motion blur for each and every one. And I got some textures and I got it from freepik.com. I'll select this, I'll press R for rotation, and I'll rotate it on 90-degree. I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for tint effect, and I'll double click to apply. And instead of black, I'm going to choose this orangey color, and instead of white, I'll choose black. So and if I swap this color, I'm gonna get something like that. and press S, and let's increase the scale of this. And let's select this, press F4, and in track mat over here, simply select this track and let's connect with 8th layer. So we will get that texture layer over here. Okay, you can select this texture layer and you can press S for scaling option, and you can try to bring this up to this only. Let's increase the scale size up to this one only. Okay, not too much. Then hit Control 0, and now I'm going to bring my another texture, for example this one. Okay, press R for rotation, let's rotate it on 90 degree, and press S, and let's try to adjust it up to this one. And I'm going to apply tint effect on this one, and instead of white over here, I'm going to choose bluish color, and select this fragment, and let's apply to this one layer over here. Then hit Control 0. I'm going to bring another texture over here. Again, I'll press R, I'll rotate it on 90 degree, and I'll apply tint effect to it. Instead of black, I'll choose red. Instead of white, I'll choose black. If you choose swap, you will get different colors. Press S, and let's increase the scale, and let's track matte to this one. Okay, like that. Same texture, I'll hit Control D, and this time I'm going to track matte with this one. Okay, like that. Then hit Control 0 again. Let's bring our another texture, which is this one. Press R for rotation, and let's scale this size. Press R, and let's rotate it on 90 degree. Press S, you can adjust the scale. Let's track matte to this one. Okay, like that. Then let's add our final texture. You are free to choose any texture. I'll pick up this one. You can press Ctrl Alt F as well to fit to entire comp, and let's make it a track matte to this one. So now this is not just animation, we got textures as well. Okay, and I think this last texture is looking quite cool. So in this over here, which is at blue, this texture over here, I'll delete it. I'll select this last texture and I'll hit Control D, and I'm going to track matte with this one. Okay, like that. And just for a little bit different look, I'll select this. I'm going to get apply tint effect, and let's choose this black color, and instead of black we will choose light blue color. Okay, like that. So we will get something like that. And if you go and check it out in main animation comp, we will get something like that. Okay, like that as well. So this is how you can add textures to your animations as well and create animation. But one thing when you need to do during addition of textures, what you can do is that you can press Ctrl Y and create one solid background, and let's bring this downwards. Then hit Ctrl Y again, and let's call it as grid, and let's try to bring this downwards. Okay, and simply apply grids to it, grid effect. Okay, and change the color of this one to black, and let's change the border. Okay, let's maximize this. Let's try to adjust the center over here, and let's try to adjust the center over here, like that. And border, I'm going to choose 0.3. Okay, so border is not too much. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer, and you can go to the effect and presets panel and search for noise effect and double click to apply, and let's change this noise to 25. Then you can go to the effect and presets panel and search for posterize time effect as well, and let's change this to 15. So now if you check it out, this your animation is going to get to look like this. Okay, like that. So this is how as well you can create this kind of an animation. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop, and I have this Nike logo over here. Now specifically for this animation, we want this text layer should be on the different one, and this icon should be on different one. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this logo, and then I'm going to press P, which is a shortcut key for pen tool, and I'll create one point around over here and one point around over here, and then let's select this much portion. Okay, like that. With the help of pen tool, I'm doing this. Okay, and click on this. So now it will select this entire area. Then hit Control Enter and then hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Control Shift V to paste in place. Okay, it's okay if there is a small gap, we can fix it later. But right now we want this much only. Okay, now let's hide this, or you can call it as 01. Okay, and let's hide this. Now we have this Nike word. Now over here as well, I want this Nike on different layer. So let's start with this difficult one. So let's create 1 point over here and 1 point over here. Then go somewhere around like this. Zoom in, create one over here and one over here like that. Okay, and click over here and hit Control Enter. Select this Nike logo. But if you see over here, there is not proper selection. So hit Control Z, and I'm going to select this portion properly like that. Okay, and then I'll select this area. Okay, and then hit Control Enter and hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Control Shift V to paste in place. Double click on this and let's call it as E, and we will hide this. Now these things are easy to capture, so let's select somewhere around like this and select this much area. Hit Control Enter, select this, hit Control X, create new layer and press Control Shift V to paste in place. Let's double click and let's call it as K, and let's hide this. Then select this area, select this much. Let's click on this one, hit Control Enter, hit Control X, create a new layer and press Control Shift V. Double click on it and let's call it as I. Okay, let's close this. Let's call it as capital I. And then we have this N. Okay, so now all of these are properly on different layer, and let's save this file. Now we'll go to the Adobe After Effects. We'll create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration is somewhere around 1 minute 50 seconds. And background color, I'm going to choose black color and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Okay. Now let's press Control. Okay, now I'm going to select this logo file, import as, instead of footage, choose composition, written layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then double click to go inside this, select this layer. I forgot to name this layer, so hit enter and let's call it as N. Now let's select these layers, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. And we are going to choose white color. Copy this fill effect and hit Control C. Select all the other layers and hit Control V. Okay, and you can make this full resolution so it will get proper. Now hit Control K to open the project settings. Go to the width and let's call it as 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080 and hit OK. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them, make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S and let's decrease the scale. Okay, so this is our logo. We will try to animate that later. You can try to adjust the position if you want. Make sure it's properly at the center. And let's save this one. Now I'm going to press Control A and I'm going to bring my this shoe image over here. You are free to choose whatever shoe image you want. I'm going to choose this Nike shoe image. Press S and let's decrease the scale of it like that. And now over here, I'll press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and I'll try to bring this uh, anchor point at this point. Now press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. And what I'm going to do is that create one keyframe at X position, and somewhere around 1 second, I'll create another keyframe. And at the start, let's move this from here to here, like that. Then create one keyframe at Y, go over here, create another keyframe at Y, and in the middle, let's bring this value a little bit upward like that. Okay, now press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, hit U. Let's go over here, create another keyframe at scale. Let's hide all of this layers, we don't need that. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now let's select this white position and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this, and by holding shift, let's move this handle over here and this handle over here. Select this, let's move this handle at this point, and let's move this handle at this point. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Select those scaling keyframe. Now initially scale should be 0, like that. Select those scaling keyframe and hit F9. So we will get something like that. Now initially rotation, I want to rotate it on somewhere around -40, like that. Create one keyframe, hit U, go over here. Let's increase this size of rotation up to this, somewhere around at this point. Create, let's make this rotation 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out this, we are getting this weird stuff. So let's go to the graph, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay. Now I want this animation to happen somewhere around at this point. So I'll move this over here. Okay. Like this. Okay. Now at this point, when it's touching this portion, this animation should be a little bit faster. So I'll go to the graph editor again. I'll select this and by holding shift, I'll move this over here. Okay. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Now at this animation looks very slow. So what I'm going to do over here is that by holding alt, I'll try to bring this up to 1 second or even 20 frames. Okay, so this animation will get a little bit faster, or let's try to bring this up to like that. Or instead of that, you can select the scaling keyframe and you can bring this up to this. Okay, so it will come a little bit faster. And when it's touching this ground somewhere around at this point and it's properly touching it, I want there should be some kind of a spark that should go on. So for that, I'm going to select my apes tool and I don't want any fill. So I'll hit this fill. And for the stroke, I'm going to choose white color and simply hit OK. Okay. And by holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse, press Ctrl Alt Home. Then select this. Let's enable this icon so we can only see this ellipse. Go to the graph, or not graph, but align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. And let's go to the start. And initial size, I'm going to create one keyframe and let's hit 0. And somewhere around 20 frames, I'm going to increase the size of this. Then at the start, in search option, search for stroke width. Initially create one keyframe, hit U, go somewhere around over here. Let's make this value 0. Go to the start and let's make this value 200. So we will get something like that. But this looks very big. So let's make this value 60. Okay, like that. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. So we'll get something like that. Now press F4 and convert this layer into 3D. And let's disable this. Okay, now select this, press R for rotation, and let's rotate it like that. And let's try to bring this over here. Okay, like that. And this animation should start somewhere around at this point. Okay, and let's bring this downwards. It should be after this. Okay, like that. One should be over here, and when it's touching, hit Control D. It should move over here like that. Okay, like this. So now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. And when it's touching the ground, what I want is that this image should be gone like that. So how we can do that? I'm going to select this and let's press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose and move all attributes into the new composition. And I'm going to call it as shoe animation. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this animation now, we got this, and somewhere around at this, I'm going to press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Now let's select your pen tool like that. Let's create one normal mask like that. Then hit Ctrl D, select this mask. Let's try to move this somewhere up to this. Hit Ctrl D. Let's double click and select this. Move this mask up to this. Select this again, hit Ctrl D, double click on this mask, and let's try to move this up to this. Okay, so this entire shoe is covered now with these masks. Select all of these layers and press Ctrl Alt Home. So all the anchor points are going to come at the center of their respective mask. So let's go to the start and press E for position to create one keyframe. Then R for rotation to create another keyframe. Now hit U, and I'm going to hide these two layers now. We don't need that. And then somewhere around 20 seconds, I'm going to select this one. Let's move this over here and hit W to rotate it. Select this, move, rotate it like that, move this over here, select this, hit W, rotate it like that, move this over here, select this, hit W, and let's rotate it like that and move this over here. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. So first we want this like that. Now select those keyframe and hit F9 like that. Then I'm going to press N, which is a shortcut key for mask, and create one keyframe on mask path of each. Then select these, hit U, and let's go to the end frame. Now select this masking keyframe and select this mask and try to bring this somewhere around like that. Same thing I'm gonna go for and create another keyframe on mask of this one. I'll try to close it or move it somewhere around like this. Same thing for this one. Create one keyframe at mask, double click and try to move this like that. Select this, create another keyframe at mask, double click this mask and try to move this. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay. Now select all of these keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Now this animation should happen somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. So let's try to bring this totally over here and select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. We don't need that. Okay, like this. So this animation will get something like this. And now when this stuff is happening, I want the animation for, this alphabet should start to appear. So let's enable this alphabet. Also, you can enable this layers as well. Okay. Now there should be like some strokes coming out of these. So for that, I'm going to, let's hide this, all other alphabets for now, or even hide this N as well. Okay. And let's select this pen tool, and I want during this time there should come strokes out of it. So let's create one random strokes lines like that. Okay, like this. Deselect it. Then select this, move this over here. Let's create another lines then from here only, or you can create from here as well and create another lines. Move this over here. Select this, create another lines and move this over here as well, like that. Create one line, move like that as well and like that as well. Okay, and move this over here. Now select these. Let's increase the stroke. Let's somewhere around 100. Then in search for option, search for cap and choose round cap. Okay, like that. Now let's do one thing. Let's click on this one only and search for, go to the contents, or in search option you can search for taper and go inside the taper options, and let's increase the start length totally 100. Okay, you can. Okay, so now the start length is 100, and if you want then you can play around with this end length as well. Okay, and we are going to use this parameters for all of them. So let's enable this stroke one by one, and over here as well you can search for taper and go inside this taper options, and let's increase this value to 100. Same thing, I'm gonna go for this one as well. In search option, search for taper and go select this, search for taper, go inside this taper, and let's increase this start length to 100. Then select this one, go inside this taper option, and let's make this value 100. So now if you check it out, this all of them are gonna look like that. So now we need to animate trim path. So let's disable these, go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, at start as well. Let's go somewhere around 2 seconds and let's make these two values 100. Okay, like that. Then select this start value keyframes and move them a little bit over here. So if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. The more you shift this start value, the longer the tail it's going to be. So let's select those keyframes and by holding Alt, I'm going to bring this up to this. So now if you check it out this animation, we'll get something like that. Okay, let's by holding Alt, let's decrease the duration because I want this animation to be fast. So let's go around over here, copy this trim path and hit Ctrl C to copy. Enable these layers and by holding Ctrl V simply paste it. So now this animation is applied for all of them. But obviously this looks a little bit weird. So to fix that, what we can do at the end point, the stroke should be gone. So let's select this layer over here and in search option, search for stroke width, create one keyframe, hit U. Let's see where is the last keyframe, and at this point stroke width should be 0. So now if you check it out this one, the stroke is getting down smoothly. So let's copy this stroke width keyframes and hit Ctrl C. Select this layer and in search option search for stroke width. Create one keyframe. Select this keyframe and hit Ctrl V. Same for this one. I'm going to search for stroke width. Create one keyframe. Select this and hit Ctrl V. Is even in this, search for stroke width. Create one keyframe. Select this and hit Ctrl V and hit U. So we will get something like that. So now if you check it out this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Let's enable this. So now we have this show animation first and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now I want this animation to be one by one. So let's try to adjust this over here and move this handle over here like that. And now select these and let's change the stroke weight to 40. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this now, first we are gonna get something like that. You can select these and hit U. Let's do not increase the stroke weight over here. At this point, let's choose stroke weight to 40 or even 20. For example, select these or these. At this point, choose stroke weight. Initially stroke weight I want 10 only. Okay, like that. Now after this, I want there should be revealing animation for my logo. So let's try to do that. Okay, now let's select these logos and IKE over here like that, as well as this one. Let's select these, move this over here, press P for position to create one keyframe, R for rotation to create another keyframes, go few frame forward, create one keyframe at position as well as one keyframe at rotation and hit U. Okay, then go somewhere around 2 seconds, create another keyframe on each and every one. Now at the end point the keyframes are same, but at this point what I want, the keyframe should be on different position. Okay, so let's select all of them and disable this layers only. Let's select this layer, press V and let's try to move this over here and hit rotate. Select this one, let's move this over here, let's rotate. Select this one, let's move this over here, W, rotate. Select this one, rotate like that. Select this one, hit W and rotate it like that. Okay, then at the start I'm going to select all of them, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically and try to bring this at the center. Then press S to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here to create another keyframe at scale, go to the start and let's make this value 0. So we will get something like that. Now let's select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph, let's select this graph and by holding shift move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Now let's select these and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, so when they are going to come back it will be a little bit smoother. and select those last keyframes and bring this a little bit forward. So let's select those last keyframe and let's bring this over here. So if you check it out this now, we will get something like that. Now let's select these layers, hit page down button 2 times, select this, move this over here again 2 times and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that. If you think the last one is too smooth, try to, you can bring them up to this only. Okay, so it will be a little bit faster. Okay, and let's hit you, and now let's check it out, this animation. We have this and then we are getting this. Okay, like that. Okay, so this looks good. Now along with this, just to add a little bit extra, you can select these stroke layers, you can hit Ctrl D and you can bring this, sorry, you can select these layers and hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the top and hit U, and we are going to remove all the stroke width keyframes on this one, so we don't need that. Okay, so I'm deleting all the stroke width keyframes. Instead of them, I'm going to add common stroke width like 4 pixels to each and every one of them, and I'll try to bring this a little bit forward. Okay, so now we are going to get that extra stroke. Okay, like that, and this should start a little bit early, so let's bring this over here like this. Okay, then along with that, you can select these all white strokes. For example, let's select all of these white strokes. You can hit Ctrl D, you can bring this over here, and you can bring this a little bit over here and change the color of this one to black. And if you now check it out, this, we will get something like that. Okay, over here. Now for that, what I'm going to do, I'll hit U, and this time I'm going to remove the stroke width keyframes again for these layers, because I want them black but not they should not cover up entire my white strokes. So let's select these and let's change the stroke widths of these to somewhere around like that. Okay, so now if you check it out, this animation, we are going to get something like that. So it will look something like this. Now let's select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, like that. Now let's go to the main animation, and I'm going to bring this animation over here like this. Okay, now press F4 and click on this icon. Let's go to the start, press S, let's make this value 100 over here, and somewhere around over here let's make this value 100. Okay, and create one keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 110. So if we check it out this now, first we got this and then we are getting this. Okay, and hit N. So first we get this and then we get this. Okay, now there is another one addition you can do over here. I mean, it's totally up to you if you want to do it or not. Okay, when this foot shoe is coming over here, I'll select this layer and I'll hit Ctrl D, right click, time, and choose time freeze frame. Okay, and let's enable this layer only. Let's increase the duration. Let's hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and double click to apply, and you can invert this layer. So now what will happen, that there is only shade remaining over here. Okay, like that. So when it's like it's stopped over there. Okay, you can press R for rotation to rotate it a little bit like that, and you can bring this layer at the top. Okay, first we are getting this and then we are getting this. Press F4 and let's choose screen. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, I'll press T for opacity to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this value 0. So now it will look like there is a small portion which is there at that time. Otherwise, what you can do is, instead of opacity animation, you can create one mask over there for that rectangle. Okay, you can, not rectangle but for this shoe, You can change the color of this one to yellow just for the understanding. Then select these and let's create one mask and press Ctrl Alt Home. Let's select these and choose Alpha Mask. And then when this is happening, you can select these, press P4 position to create one keyframe. When this animation is about to end at this point, you can move this from here to here like that. Okay, so we will get that gone animation like that point. You can select these. You can go to the effect and presets panel, search for turbulence displace effect and double click to apply. And let's increase the amount, also decrease the size a little bit. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like this. Along with that, I'm going to select these layer and I'll hit Control D and I'll bring this at the top. And this time I don't want any matte, but this time I'll press T for opacity and let's make this opacity 50. Press S to create one keyframe, then press T to create another keyframe. Hit U. Let's go somewhere around 2 seconds and let's increase the scale of these and let's decrease the opacity. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So we will get something like that. If you want, you can, initial opacity should be very less, that's totally up to you. So we will get something like that. So now if you check it out, this animation in our main animation comp, right now it is in quad resolution, but if you check it out this in full, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and if you want to make it a look a little bit more, you can add some additions. So let's press Ctrl Y to create one grayish color background. Let's bring this downwards like that. Okay, then select these layers, go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC Vignette effect and double click to apply, and let's increase this amount. Then press Ctrl Y again and let's bring this over here. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for grid and double click to apply, and let's make this stroke 0.5. Okay, let's decrease the corners somewhere around over here and let's decrease the corners from somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. Okay, you can select these, you can choose stroke width to 0.1 as well, just because I don't want it to be seen too much. Okay, so we'll get this and then we'll get this. Now if you want to give your animation a 2D kind of a look, you can right click new and create one adjustment layer, and you can add a noise to your animation. Okay, and let's make this noise look grungy, so let's make this 24. Okay, so there is going to be a green texture to your animation, and then you can add posterized time effect as well on this layer and choose time effect up to 15 frames per second. So now you, along with this animation, you will get this kind of a 2D look to your animation like that. Okay, now there is another thing you can do. You can select this layer and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Go to the effect and presets panel and you can search for tint effect and double click to apply, and instead of white color you are free to choose any color you want like this. Okay, as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of a stuff. You can hit page down button and let's move this over here. Okay, like that, and press F4 and you are free to choose any kind of a color you want over here, or blending mode you can choose multiply as well, or you can choose overlay screen, whatever you want. Then select these, hit Ctrl D, go to the start, hit page down button one time and move this over here. This time I can choose green color, hit page down button, select this, hit Ctrl D, move this over here, and this time I can choose blue color as well. Okay, so it is going to look in an RGB mode like that. Okay, and by the end your animation is gonna look something like that. Okay, so let's check it out, this animation again. Okay, we are gonna get this kind of a reveal. Okay, like that. Okay, Now if you want, you can select these and press T for opacity, and let's decrease the opacity to 40 as well, because if you don't want too much to be shown, like that. Okay, or you can choose around 80% opacity as well. It's totally up to you what kind of a look you want. Okay, you can choose multiply, color burn, or any kind of a effect you want to run it out. You are free to choose that. Okay, even if you choose overlay, you will get different results. Okay, so it's just that you want to, whether you want to play around with this or not. I'm going to choose screen, and I'll select these one, and I'll bring this at the top, which is my original layer. I'll bring this at the top. Okay, like that. So I'm gonna get something like that, and it will take a little bit time to load, because right now we have added the blending mode to it. Okay, then you can go inside this logo animation. And now one last thing that I forgot to add is that wiggle amount. So right click new and create one null object. Select all of these layers and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P, alt click on this stopwatch, and let's apply wiggle 3 comma 3, and let's deselect this. Okay, so now what will happen that along with this animation, now there is going to be a wiggle animation over there. Okay, like that. Okay, so if I check it out this animation now, first I'm getting this, and then I'm getting this. Now just to give a little bit of aspect ratio, I'll press Ctrl Y, and I'm going to choose black color solid. Hit Ctrl D, select this, and let's make this alpha matte. Select this, press S. Let's unlink this, and let's make this value 90. And now we will select this, and we will choose alpha inverted matte. So now if we check it out this animation, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Adidas logo. Now first thing first, we need each and every one on different layers. So I'm going to select my rectangle selection tool, and I'm going to select this A first. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click, and let's call it as A, and let's hide this. Then I'm going to select this D, and we have to be very careful with this selection, because we don't need to choose any portion of this one. Okay, so let's select it properly, like that, and hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, and press Ctrl Shift V, double click, and let's call it as D, and let's hide this. Then again we need to select this much portion, so let's select it properly, like that. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click, and let's call it as I, and let's hide this. Then we will select up to this much portion. Hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer, Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, double click, and let's call it as D, and let's hide this. Okay, then we have this A. Let's select these A. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, Ctrl Shift V, double click on it, and let's call it as A, and hide this. Then we have this S. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click, and let's double click on it, and let's call it as S. And then we have this symbol, so let's select this as well, and hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click it, and let's call it as R. Now we have these portions, so let's select this much area, but as you guys can see, we cannot select it properly. So for that, I'm going to select my pen tool, and then select this much portion, and hit Control Enter. Hit Control X, create a new layer, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V, double click on it, and let's call it as 01, and we will hide this. Then select this much portion, select this much area, like that. Hit Control Enter, hit Control X, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V to paste in place, double click, and let's call it as 02, and let's hide this. Then we have this much portion, let's call it as 03 only. Okay, and now let's save this file as a Photoshop document like that. Now we will go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition. We are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color we are going to choose white color and simply hit OK. Then let's make this comp fit. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then press Ctrl I and we are going to find our logo. Okay, I'm going to select my Photoshop file, import as footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Then double click to open this, hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and let's change the color of this one to white. Select all of this and hit Ctrl C. Go to the main animation comp and hit Ctrl V to paste it. And let's try to bring this properly over here. Now the size of this logo is too much if we maximize this. So I'm going to right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and let's make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press S, and let's decrease the scale of this. And let's delete this null object. Just for a proper scaling, I'm going to choose 60 value. Okay, but you are free to choose whatever value you want. Let's pick this value 60 and let's delete this. We don't need that. Now let's try to animate our alphabet first, including this one. So I'm going to select these and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as text. Okay, and let's double click, go inside this, select all of them and press P for position. Select their positions by holding Shift, right click and choose separate dimension. Okay, and then create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Go somewhere around 2 seconds. I'll create another keyframe over here. Go to the start and let's move this, make sure to move this from here to here like that. Okay, then somewhere over here create one keyframe again like that. Okay, then at this point let's change the value of this one to somewhere around like that. Also somewhere around over here increase the value of this portion to somewhere around like that. Okay, let's make this value fit. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Then after 2 seconds, I'll go few frame forward. I'll create another keyframe at Y, and in the middle, I'm going to bring this a little bit upward. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select these R over here, and we have to make sure the Y position of this one should be downward. Okay, like copy this, hit Control C, go to the start and hit Control V. Now over here I'm going to select all of them and I'll in search option I'll search for X only. Okay, like that, so it will show us X keyframe. Let's select these middle X keyframes and we will delete that. And at the start I'm going to select all of these over here and go to the align tab and we are going to choose align horizontally. Okay, so it will come all at over here, and let's change the X position somewhere in the over here. Now hit U so you can select all of them, and then you can search on search option and search for Y. Select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select these, move this handle over here, select these and move this handle over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select these and move this handle over here and select these and move this handle over here. Then go over here, select this much area by holding shift, move this handle at this point. Select these, move this handle at this point. Select these, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out this now, we are gonna get this kind of a bouncy text animation. Okay, now along with that there should be some kind of a rotation, so I'll press R to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and let's make this rotation around 2 rotations. Okay, like that. Then I'm going to hit U, and all this animation there should be a gap of 5 frames, so I'll select these as at 5 frames. With the help of open square bracket, I'll shift this over here. Then this, let's try to adjust their positioning of layers like that. So now they are going to get animated one by one. Okay, like that. Let's select all of them and enable the motion blur. So we are gonna get this kind of an animation. Okay, let's save this file. Now let's go to the main animation comp so we can focus on this one. Okay, now for this one, how we can animate is that let's select our rectangle tool. Okay, like this. Then I'm going to create one rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center, like that. Okay, now let's select these, press P for position. Let's bring this somewhere around over here, like that. Right click and choose separate dimension. Now let's create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Okay, and somewhere around 1 second over here, I'm gonna go and bring this a little bit over here upward, like that. And initially let's try to bring this downwards. Then somewhere around over here, let's bring this over here, and let's change the X position of this one to somewhere around like that. Let's move this over here. Now somewhere in the middle, let's change the Y position of this one in upward direction. Okay, so we will get something like this. Go few frame forward, create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's bring this a little bit upward again. Now select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, like that. Zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Then let's take a gap of few frames and create one keyframe at Y position. Okay, so if you check it out, this somewhere around over here, let's select these keyframe and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So okay, so we will get something like that, and then go somewhere around at this point, and let's bring this Y position to somewhere around over here, like that. Okay, now let's add our grid lines over here. So now if you check it out, this hit Ctrl R and let's bring one ruler. It should be somewhere at the center. Okay, like that. Then I'm going to right click, new, and create one null object. Let's bring our null object and press P for position and try to bring this position downward, like that. You can hide this for now, we don't need that. You can hide this over here. Okay, and with the help of open square bracket, move this over here, and let's try to bring this properly at the center of this rectangle, like that. Okay, let's try to bring this over here. Then let's make this fit. Now when this bounce happens, select this last keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, like that. Okay, we'll get something like that. You can move this over here as well. And somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this null object. I'll press R for rotation to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 3, and let's make this value 90. Okay, like that. So we will get this rotation, and when this rotation is going to get started at this point, I'm going to select this shape layer and I'll make it apparent with this null. So now we will get something like that, but this animation should be a little bit better. So let's select these and hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here, like that. Okay, so if we check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Okay, like this. Now let's select this, press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, and let's make this -2. So we will get this rotation animation like that. Now let's enable this first layer, which is 0 1. Let's try to bring this at the top, press P for position, and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, and then select these and let's make it apparent with this shape layer, which is this one. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Let's select all of these three layers and enable the motion blur. Okay, and when this is gonna get come closer to this line, I'm going to select these with the help of open square bracket, move this over here, select these and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and let's delete this. So we will get this kind of a transition over here. Okay, like that. Now let's select this null object, go to the graph, and right now this graph is very much like a pointed, so let's try to bring this a little bit over here, so it will be a little bit smoother. And you can try to increase the duration of this one as well, like that. So when it's gonna get transition somewhere around at this point, let's move this over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now I'm going to select these and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as 0 1. Okay, then let's select this one, select this 0 1, or you can go to the project window and hit Ctrl D over here, double click to open this. In main animation we have this 0 2, hit Ctrl X, go to the 0 2 and hit Ctrl V. Okay, and we will try to move this over here like that, the help of open arrow keys. Okay, go to the one and somewhere around over here, select these and let's make it apparent with this fourth layer, which is this one. And at the start, when this 0 1 is starting, we will select this 0 2 and let's move this over here. Okay, and let's enable the motion blur. So in this time we will get this transition over here. Okay, like that. Now over here there should be some scaling animation, so I'll press S, unlink this, create one keyframe. Let's hide this 0 1. Okay, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, go over here and let's decrease the scale of this, and let's try to adjust this. Okay, like that. You can make this 60 as well and hit F9. Okay, like this. Then let's go to the 0 2 and hit Ctrl D, double click to open this, select this 0 3 and hit Ctrl X, double click to open this and hit Ctrl V, and let's enable this, and let's try to adjust this over here. With the help of arrow keys you can try to adjust it properly. Okay, if you want, you just for a proper look you can apply fill effect, so you can match with the original one, and then you can delete, hide this or over here, select this 0 3 and make it apparent with this shape layer. So now it will move it from here, then select these, move this over here, press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and try to adjust this over here. Press S, unlink this, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, go to the start, and let's decrease the scale over here, and let's try to adjust the scale over here. Select these, hit F9 and let's enable the motion blur. Okay, you can try to bring this over here as well. Okay, and let's remove this fill. We don't need that. Now go hit Control 0 and let's bring our 02 and 03 and try to bring this over here like that. Okay, so we are getting these animations like that. Okay, let's try to adjust this. Let's hide this 03, select this 02, press P, and let's try to bring this position over here like that. You can adjust it accordingly. Then select this 03, select this, press P. Let's try to adjust this position somewhere around like that, and then enable our text layer. Select these layers and try to adjust their position according to your original logo. Okay, I'll try to bring this at the center, and let's check it out how our original logo looks like. It looks exactly like this. Okay, now I want this animation to be one by one, so let's go to around 10 frames. I'll move this over here. Go to around 20 frames. I'll move this over here like that. Okay, like that, like this. Okay, or you can start with 01 as well, like that, and this one should be over here. Now select these 10010203, press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as upper logo. Okay, you can right click, go to the time stretch, and I want this animation to be a little bit faster, so I'll choose 75. Okay, like that. Okay, and this animation should be ending somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. Now over here, the last one is there is some kind of a glitchy look, so let's try to fix that. Go to the 03, and over here the matching is not happening properly, so let's select the shape layer, press S, unlink this, and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Okay, because our original layer is panned with sixth layer, and still hide the sixth layer, and we will try to change the you know the look of this fifth layer. So go somewhere around at back, press S, create one keyframe, go over here, and let's increase size on this area. Okay, like that. Now let's select this portion and let's try to bring this scale a little bit closer. Okay, just like that. So I think this much would be enough. Then select this layer and right click, new, and create one null object. Select all these two layers and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's make this 110 initially. Create one keyframe, go somewhere around 6, and let's make this value 100 and hit N over there. So now if you check it out, this animation, first we will get this, and then we are gonna get something like that. So this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal.